Some people are driven crazy by their mistakes. Maybe I'm one of them. Sometimes a mistake just slipped through the cracks.
It's not a small town, it's a medium to large town.
The sponge in question is Smenospongia.
Not the right sponge. Now the world has a false idea of what Smenospongia aurea truly looks like, and I'm to blame.
An addictive alternative to barbiturates.
Not barbiturate, barbiturate. That's clearly an illustration of Amanita pantherina, not Amanita phalloides. There's a difference. This map is wrong. Salvia divinorum is actually legal in South Carolina. The worst mistake of all. Alfred Savinelli lied to me.
You decided that you wanted to write a pamphlet about it under a pseudonym.
Such a bizarre lie.
You lied to me on television.
You know, there's not really instructions on this sort of stuff. I've learned some really good techniques.
I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain.
In 2017, I solved one of the greatest mysteries in ethnoherpetological history, centered around Bufo alvarius, the only species of toad known to produce a powerful tryptamine called 5-MeO-DMT. Now one of the most coveted psychedelics internationally, the growing demand has inspired roving bands of toad milkers to scour the Sonoran Desert in search of a venom more valuable than gold. Once dried, the venom is smoked to provide entry into a numinous realm of boundless white light.
Yes, you can make a cookie with love.
But the smoking of this venom has a humble origin that can be traced to a single pamphlet called Bufo alvarius, the psychedelic toad of the Sonoran Desert. Written in 1983, the pamphlet is a work of extraordinary erudition that seemingly emerged out of nowhere. It describes everything from the venom's chemical composition to its qualitative effects when smoked, in addition to techniques for locating and milking the toad. Without a history of human use, the identity of the author becomes even more intriguing. Who could have written this guide, and who would have taken the incredible risk of smoking the venom with nothing but evidence of its toxicity? Who is Albert Most? After interviewing several claimants to the Almost name, my evidence led me to a toad specialist and incense entrepreneur,
Savinelli.
who reluctantly acknowledged his authorship of the pamphlet.
You published this pamphlet in 1983.
Yes.
He's lying.
Can you tell me how you got to the point that you were investigating toad venom?
Sure. It began by me gathering river toads, expressing the venom onto cigarettes and smoking it.
And I propagated a lie.
I noticed that you dedicated the pamphlet that you authored to Pat and Quanah. Is that Quanah Parker that you were? And who's Pat?
Pat was his wife.
Quanah Parker had 8 wives, and not a single one of them was named Pat. I could have looked that up.
After the episode was released, thoughtful viewers were quick to offer constructive criticism.
I knew there were unusual things about him. He didn't live in Denton, Texas, where the pamphlet was published. He didn't have any of the original pamphlets, any of the original artwork, any of the original t-shirts, also a red flag.
Was it modesty or dishonesty? I called one more time to set the story straight.
Why was Venom Press based in Denton, Texas? Were you living in Texas at some point? I want to make sure everything is factually correct, that you are Albert Most.
That's almost correct. But Hamilton, let me get back to you, okay?
I was duped. It was my responsibility to evaluate the truth of his claims.
These mistakes have consequences. A shameful history of journalistic misrepresentation of psychoactive toads has resulted in the tragic ruination of lives, none more severely than a clinical pharmacist and toad educator named Robert Shepard. Although he wasn't Albert Most, I hoped Dr. Shepard could provide insight into the consequences of unscrupulous toad journalism.
I didn't do anything wrong. Even with Albert's pamphlet out in '83, my arrest in '94 really brought this whole toad phenomenon to the awareness of the world. And the picture that was being painted by the media was not true.
And where did toads enter this story?
The toads, I was teaching at an outdoor environmental education school, teaching 6th grade students various different reptiles and amphibians. The Bufo alvarius toads I found in Arizona.
There are 4 toads who are named Hans, Franz, Peter, and Brian.
Correct.
So what went wrong?
There was a disgruntled employee that was released from the school. She claimed to be the long-lost daughter of Howard Hughes. And she was calling law enforcement, telling them that I was giving drugs to the children. Law enforcement appeared on the scene and asked me, "So Robert, what are you doing?" And at that point I said, "I'm not breaking any laws." And their response was, "No, we think we will just arrest you and let the courts figure this all out." And then that's when the shit hit the fan. Both my wife and I were arrested. We had no idea how the media would react. I was shocked. The media just went crazy with it. They hounded me. They were at my door. They would be following me in their vehicles with cameras.
There were hundreds of stories published.
Oh, I know. It was sensationalized. It made front page news in almost every newspaper worldwide.
And this was used to paint you as a deranged drug addict.
Yes. That somehow a toad cult had started, and I was the new toad guru. And as more and more misinformation came out in the media, I went to my lawyer and I said, Jim, this is terrible. I've got to tell my story. I've got to tell the truth. And he said, no, you cannot say anything. You just need to keep your mouth closed.
While the toads themselves are not illegal, Shepard was charged with possession of bufotenine. But when a forensic chemist was tasked with analyzing the venom, no bufotenine was present. The only chemical detected was 5-methoxy-DMT, which had yet to become a controlled substance in the United States, and the charges were dropped.
Nothing was ever published saying that I was exonerated, because that no longer was newsworthy. And that just outraged me. I lost everything. I lost everything. I have nothing to live on. I had $8. And then started my life over again. I think it was an experience I was to go through that set me on the path that became my shamanic way of life.
Bob was a victim of the media's mistakes, and I was a perpetrator. It was clear we both needed healing.
You do ceremonies in the caves.
They call them caves, but they're actually lava tubes.
You could exorcise the journalistic demons of the past.
We can certainly do that, yeah. Caves are very divine feminine in nature.
our intention is to release any negativity attached to the Bufo incident.
I was duped. Alfred Savinelli was lying about being Almost, being the author of that pamphlet. And I started to feel very bad when I realized what happened because I felt that I was partially responsible.
Forgive and forget. And so it is.
It's scary to acknowledge mistakes.
It is. It really is, yes. Just follow your heart, Hamilton. We're all in this together.
Well, thank you.
As the spirits of past journalistic errors drifted into the sky above Mount Shasta, I knew a path of truth and discovery lay before me.
Hey, Hamilton. I heard you were looking for Albert Most. Perhaps I can help you fill in the missing pieces of your puzzle. I am Albert Most. I wrote about the toad. I smoked the toad venom. I am Albert Most. Let's talk sometime. Ken, Denton, Texas.
When I received a letter from a provocative new Almost claimant, I could resume my investigation, this time revolving around a secretive Texan named Ken Nelson. It was in Denton that I met Scott Sellers, one of Ken's oldest friends.
We met in 1984 and slowly built a relationship over time.
He was eager to provide evidence of Ken's research.
Penny Press. Yeah, it was Penny Press, and that's where he had them printed. I had caught your show. It turned out to be the season 2, episode 1 premiere. And it was about Bufo. And when y'all pulled out that book, it was just like, oh my God.
Who is Albert Most?
To really realize how big this thing has gotten. And of course, Al Savinelli, you cannot let him take the credit.
I really like what nobody else is doing.
You can't let him get away with this.
Albert Most is living in rural Texas, off the grid, not in New Mexico.
This is it?
Yeah. He bought this missile base.
Wow.
Isn't this incredible? It's really a beautiful thing that he's done here.
A relic of the Cold War arms race, the base was once equipped with nuclear warheads and Nike missiles designed to intercept Soviet bombers. Long after it was decommissioned for military use, Ken bought the base and lived in an officer's barracks. He tore down walls, searched for tunnels rumored to lay beneath Denton, and created artistic arrangements of small metal skulls. A one-man offensive against a world without 5-methoxy-DMT.
And why do you think he was so interested in psychedelics?
I think it started out as fun, but then he realized that we used to talk about, approaching, seeing around the corner. You're along this wall of life, and it gives you a chance to kind of see around that corner and see something else and see the world in a different way. And he did. And I think psychedelics helped him do that.
And are these notes from when he was writing the pamphlet?
We found these in a footlocker. I was hoping you could help us figure out what is here.
These are diagrams for a batch reactor. Did he ever have a lab that he was?
Nope. He really didn't have a teacher. There's so much research. This is the original first edition. These are little matchbooks. When we'd go eat lunch, we'd just throw 5 of them on the table.
That's amazing.
He's real proud of that. That's the van he rode in. that he drove in and squirted the venom on the windshield. But he's out looking for toads.
A psychedelic researcher and committed environmentalist, Ken was an unlikely recruit, but he joined the military in order to learn tactics to inform his anti-nuclear protests. While stationed in Georgia, he read an article in the August 1981 issue of Omni magazine, summarizing the work of anthropologist Jeanette Runquist, who had excavated 10,000 toad bones from an ancient Cherokee settlement in North Carolina. Fascinated by the possibility of a psychedelic toad, he immersed himself in scientific literature and traveled to Gila, Arizona to locate Bufo alvarius, but found nothing as the toads were still estivating in their subterranean refugia. Undeterred, he returned during the monsoon season of 1983 in his Chevy sport van with a collie named Quana and his then-girlfriend, Pat. When Quana spotted a toad near their campsite, Ken leapt into action. He squirted the venom onto the windshield of his sport van, dried it, smoked it, and had the first known experience with venom of the psychedelic toad of the Sonoran Desert. In his pamphlet, Ken described the experience as being completely absorbed in a complex chemical event characterized by an overload of thoughts and perception, brief collapse of the ego, and a loss of the space-time continuum. He returned to Denton, Texas, where he became a resident advisor and enrolled in a technical writing class to help publish the results of his research. The product was a new religion, a series of t-shirts, a specialized toad venom smoking pipe, 5-methoxy-DMT matches, and a small pamphlet that would forever change ethno-herpetological history.
I was first. In science, when you scoop everybody, you beat them to the punch. So once I realized what I had, it was a big deal. And smoked it.
After the publication of his pamphlets, Ken left reams of fan mail unanswered and ignored inquiries from the scientific community. He never used the Albert Most name again. When he bought the decommissioned Nike missile base, he focused his efforts on transforming it into a psychedelic utopia where he lived for 30 years. And as international interest in Bufo alvarius grew, only a handful of Dentonites knew the true identity of Albert Most.
It's hot back here. Okay. A lot of this stuff is kind of buried. You can see I really take care of my stuff.
Huh. Oh, wow.
It's real fragile because it's been buried back here. But this is ancient. I don't know if we can salvage it. Oh, I found my portfolio. I think I can get it.
Gail Patterson is best known for a spiced meat dish called spanked balls at her restaurant, Big Fatty's Spanking Shack, and her work breeding miniature horses.
Here, just don't let go.
But before that, she was a struggling student who lent her artistic talents to a toad-obsessed friend named Ken.
There it is, psychedelic toad. This is the original of my artwork. He did the research, and he trusts me to be a part of this with him. He gave me photographs, and then I just drew from the photographs.
And did you have experiences with the Bufo?
Yes, a long time ago, and turned that into the trip picture for the book. The trip picture is based on this photograph. That's me. You can see it.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
So you can tell that that is the original trip picture. It was my art. Ken's a pretty interesting guy. We did the whole thing with the missile base, and then that got kind of crazy out there at the base. He was pretty obsessed with the tunnels.
wow. This is so cool.
It's been a while since we spent this much time in this room.
So he was looking for tunnels here?
He's looking for tunnels here, yes.
Must have been a huge amount of work. How long did he spend doing this?
3 years. You know, there'd been rumors around, I'd say for decades, that there were tunnels at this missile base, and he was determined to find them.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's the kind of curiosity you need to discover something new.
Yeah, I see your point.
And do you remember your first impression when you heard about Bufo alvarius and all of this?
It's nuts. That was my first impression. It's crazy. But then I read the book, and I got to know Ken. With all his information, he had done all the research. Ken put it together and realized that, holy cow, there's a freaking psychedelic toad in Arizona. Who would have thought?
Ken was different. He was very smart, very intent on research, but you have to think pre-internet, so research was really precious. And so I would drive him to the medical library. He was exploring a lot of different plants, but a bit later had really identified this toad. He said, I'm doing it, I'm going to southern Arizona, I'm gonna find this toad. All I could say is, Ken, are you sure? I mean, I was worried. I mean, we're taught these things are poisonous. But he knew then, before he went out, it wasn't something you don't eat the toad. You know, he knew what to do, or at least he had a theory of what to do.
Can the enzymatic soup be cultured with serotonin to yield 5-MeO-DMT? How?
Just brainstorming questions almost.
They're all good questions.
Ken was only known for one short pamphlet, but his files contain hundreds of pages of notes for unrealized projects, with a special emphasis on plans to construct a synthetic toad venom machine.
These are diagrams for a batch reactor. He's looking for biosynthetic pathways that could be exploited in vitro. Ties into this idea of producing it synthetically.
I did a lot of research on it.
It's a purification of the toad venom to get the isolated 5-MeO-DMT. It's pretty clear that he's looking for a way to produce 5-MeO-DMT without using toads.
There's people out there milking them till they bleed, which is just driving this amazing animal to extinction. Killing the golden goose. He was very concerned about the toad being abused, mishandled. It's just what he envisioned 35 years ago.
I just see that the interest in it is so strong that it's going to become popular. I think you guys got to keep this in our bag of tricks.
There has long been resistance to synthetic substances in the psychedelic community. So when I received an invitation to give a talk at a conference of toad venom enthusiasts, I saw it as an opportunity to build upon Ken's research and offer a scientific solution for the conservation of psychedelic toads. Perhaps it would be here, at the World Bufo alvarius Congress, that I might find a receptive group of staunch rationalists.
Walking stick.
What have you been up to?
I have been staying active in toad venom. In fact, that particular experience motivates me every single day. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I made something else for you.
Wow.
Yeah. More than anything, it's just about continuing to replicate it and to echo forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, because it was such a powerful moment. To see it play out on TV was the most freakiest shit ever.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There was no shortage of merchandise for sale. Unsanctioned t-shirts printed with the artwork Gail Patterson made for Ken's pamphlet, and plush Bufo alvarius throw pillows, $50 a piece.
Ya la gente ha fumado mucho. Antes trabajaba los viernes, los sábados y domingos, pues era. Toda la semana me cae trabajo.
Hello everyone, welcome to WBAC. Hello.
Oh my God. Whew, thank you. So, as we know, this medicine of 5-MeO-DMT from this sacred creature, the Bufo alvarius toad, is just that. It is a sacred medicine. It is carried in the body of this creature for 9 months under the ground in the darkness, potentiating the 5-MeO-DMT as well as other alkaloids. There is a phenomenon happening with the Bufo alvarius toad around the world. You see it all over social media, and it's going to grow and bloom, and it's going to get very big very soon.
This beautiful spirit, Bufo alvarius,
is a sacrament.
Beautiful sacrament.
Another ally.
Uno de los tesoros más grandes de la humanidad.
How do we know this toad that we're getting is collected properly? Is there respect for the toad?
This is a great and sacred gift from the toad. Many people are interested, and so the supply and demand of medicine, we just hope it's kept sacred. Don't kill them.
Tanta gente también, indirecto o directamente, ha salido bendecida y favorecida por este medicamento. Hemos empezado a ver que la población de sapos bufo alvarius que tenemos en Sonora está desapareciendo. Hay lugares muy focalizados a los que nosotros íbamos a recolectar el medicamento y ahora ya no hay ni uno, pues está condenado a desaparecer, como ya nos ha pasado con otros animales.
Por favor, den la bienvenida al señor Hamilton Morris. Hablarnos de la química.
Hey, everybody. So there's a lot of very well-intentioned discussion about how best to milk these toads. And I don't think there is a good, sustainable way to milk these toads, especially if this material keeps gaining popularity at the rate that it is. The reality is that they are facing so many different threats simultaneously. There's issues with climate change, there's issues with habitat destruction, there's issues with pesticide contamination. We've created all of these roads. The roads have artificial lights. The toads congregate around the artificial lights because the lights attract insects for them to feed on, but then they get hit by cars. And humans catch them. It's this really tragic situation. If you go to Sonora, I think we're all aware of what happens when an animal becomes important in our medical practices. It's almost always disastrous. It never ends well. Whether it's milking hemocyanin from horseshoe crabs, or a really tragic example would be this thing called the scrotum frog that lives in Lake Titicaca,
where poaching has decimated the wild population.
If that can happen with something that doesn't even do anything, imagine what can happen with something that pretty reliably produces a religious experience. I feel very strongly that the best conservation tactic would be to dedicate any resources that you have to just preserving their habitat or protecting them, and use synthetic material. And yeah, I guess someone agrees, that's good. Now, due to the globalization of the chemical trade, you can get the precursors to make 5-MeO-DMT, which are completely legal internationally. It's, 5-methoxytryptamine is a metabolite of melatonin, and produce it very inexpensively synthetically on as large a scale as you want. Doesn't have to involve toads at all. This is a lucky situation. There's a way to do it sustainably, and I think we should really seriously consider this.
5-MeO-DMT is a controlled substance in the United States, but I'm in Mexico where it is uncontrolled, to show that this is a viable replacement for toads, because I believe one person can produce enough 5-MeO-DMT to supply everyone that would ever want it.
100 grams of 5-methoxytryptamine freebase is dissolved in methanol with vigorous magnetic stirring. A thermometer probe is inserted into the methanolic 5-methoxytryptamine, and the solution is cooled until it nears 0 degrees Celsius. Aqueous potassium hydroxide is used to dissolve and stabilize 100 grams of sodium borohydride, and the solution is transferred into an addition funnel. A second addition funnel is charged with a methanol-stabilized aqueous 37% formaldehyde solution, and the dropwise addition begins.
And now I'm going to start adding the borohydride.
Lone pair electrons on the basic nitrogen attack formaldehyde's carbonyl carbon, forming an imine and water. Hydride attacks the electrophilic imine carbon, and electrons flow into the nitrogen, producing 5-MeO-NMT. The basic nitrogen attacks a second formaldehyde carbonyl, analogously forming a tertiary iminium ion, which is reduced again to produce 5-methoxy-dimethyltryptamine.
Yes, complete transformation of the starting material.
Borate salts gradually precipitate, and the solvent volume is reduced by overnight heating. As the methanol evaporates, 5-MeO-DMT precipitates as a brown oil and coalesces on the surface.
Pretty beautiful.
Simple distillation is used to strip the remaining water, followed by purification of the crude freebase via short-path vacuum distillation.
We did it. Yes.
And recrystallization.
Hi, come in. We can obtain a preliminary results between the reference and compounds that you are synthesizing. Okay?
After TLC had shown total transformation of the starting material, LC-MS confirmed the product was 5-MeO-DMT.
You obtain a great result between your reference and the sample.
It works.
Yeah.
High five.
Yeah, works.
Time for questions. Okay.
Would you consider using synthetic 5-MeO-DMT instead of the toad venom?
Prefiero el natural.
Where I'm coming from, I'm a natural woman. I don't like chemicals.
Yeah.
No creo que se pueda cambiar la perspectiva de la gente de lo sintético a lo natural.
What I'm listening to about your chemical versus from the toad, are we considering that the difference here may be a spirit of a toad that's actually at play here? And if that is the case, is it possible to ever actually synthesize that in the first place?
Right. I do believe that there is no difference between synthetically produced 5-MeO-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT isolated from the secretions of Bufo alvarius.
I work with both synthetic and Bufo 5-MeO-DMT. Smoking the toad is different than smoking the synthetic. It has a different feel to it, so there's something else in there in the mix that distinguishes these two.
I think that we often underestimate our own contribution to these experiences. So we tend to assign it to the drug, but not to ourselves. And that, just in a good old-fashioned psychological sense, will change things. To know that this came from a living organism as opposed to something that was made in a laboratory, it changes things without any kind of necessarily supernatural overlay. I wouldn't assign the experienced differences to chemical differences without a reason to do so. There are arguments that there are a number of different compounds that have been isolated from Bufo alvarius. They all may contribute in an entourage effect that modulates the activity, but there's no evidence for it. And I think it's really important to think about this in an evidence-based way, because even bufotenine,
which is the only other compound that has ever been found in Bufo alvarius that is definitively a psychedelic, is never present in very high concentrations, if at all. It wasn't present in any of the analyses that I did. I don't think that it plays a major role in the experience that everyone is collected here to talk about. It would be more likely, if I had to guess, that it's a dosage difference. The only justifiable reason for milking toads right now is to analyze the venom, figure out exactly what it contains, and then figure out a sustainable synthetic way to recreate it so that we don't need to bother toads.
There seem to be a lot of people, very spiritual people, and I am thinking that you might be a spiritual person.
Absolutely.
And they seem to be opposed to synthetic 5-MeO-DMT.
Yeah, but I believe as the synthetic, you can get the full-on dose, exactly what you want. It's important to me to get that dose just right. Even if they're milked in a good way, one of those toads might have PTSD or something and is freaking out while they're getting milked. I believe that goes into the medicine.
The Bufo population will be very happy if we find another 5-MeO-DMT synthetic. Then he can go to his home again, no, and continue living, because it's gonna help people stop milk toads. It's gonna be the shit. Almost. I know the toads because of him. I read the book. I think he's a very interesting guy. But I think it was a good thing to find a real guy, no?
In late August of 2019, after I had met his friends and come to have a more complete understanding of his research, the real Albert Most, Ken Nelson, invited me to visit him in his assisted living facility. Parkinson's disease had taken Ken's strength, but he still had the energy to discuss his discovery that changed the world.
Hey, Hamilton.
Hello. It's really a pleasure to meet you.
Good meeting you. This is my example of a psychedelic toad, by the way. I researched it. I knew what I had, I knew what it was. It's Colorado River toad. It's unique. It's got glands on its back legs, arms, shoulders, and then a really big gland on the parotid. I harvested them and smoked it. I was first.
And what is the experience like when you smoke Bufo alvarius?
It's overwhelming. You're gonna hold your breath as long as possible and take it all in one hit. And it comes over you like a white light.
And you weren't afraid?
No. It's a trip, that's the experience right there. That opened the door for a lot of stuff I suppose the average person wasn't exposed to.
The toads are now threatened in their natural environment, that climate change and over-harvesting of their venom may have caused a decline in the natural population. When you were done with the first toad that you ever milked, did you release it back into the wild?
Oh yeah, I didn't keep them. I put Aesop's fables in my book. Instead of trying to say, don't do it, I presented Aesop's fables. Read out of that if you want.
I really appreciate that you're telling me all of this.
It's a good story.
It's a great story. It's an amazing story.
Well, is this a wrap?
This is a wrap for now, yes.
Okay.
Do you want some of your milkshake?
Yes, thank you.
So one product of Ken's anonymity was that other people could come in, they could steal his work, they could sell T-shirts, and now that he's decided to take credit for his research, I was thinking that you could help.
Absolutely. Ken has a copyright. Gail's drawings are beautiful. Making money off of it, it happens to be illegal.
Confirm to us in writing that you will cease and desist. You think that's strong enough?
Can it be even more threatening and still legally binding?
Blatant egregiousness.
I was also thinking, with your permission, that it would be interesting to reissue the pamphlet, but with a final page that identified the possibility of producing 5-MeO-DMT synthetically.
Yeah, we could reissue the book and give Ken credit. That would be good.
I reissued the pamphlet with a sustainable method for the production of 5-MeO-DMT, and all of the proceeds go to toad conservation and Parkinson's disease research.
Well, one thing I'm glad about is that in making the mistake, I was able to learn the real story. If I hadn't had this weird interview with the almost imposter, I would have ever known the true story of the discovery of smoking Bufo alvarius venom.
Then I'm thrilled that you're helping get the truth out, because it's a beautiful story, and Ken's a beautiful man.
It's been a very lucky 35 years for me, there's no doubt, to ride his coattails. He just wanted to spread the word. It was important to him just to spread the word.
My mission is to correct the mistakes that I've made, but also the indiscriminate use of toad venom. I do think this is a viable synthetic alternative to milking toads. It means that people can divorce themselves from any sort of toad harassment in the 21st century.
Nobody really knows what to do with this stuff, and so we have to learn from the mistakes that we've made in the past, and we have to construct our own culture surrounding it. And it's only getting bigger, so I think now is really a great time to figure out how best to do this so that we can keep doing it into the future. Thanks, everybody.
Go, come again. Continue living.
I've been looking for you for a little while.
Yeah.
Because in the history of toad venom, there are a few really important events. And I would say, really second only to the publication of the Almost pamphlet, your arrest is one of the biggest things that has ever happened in that history. You were the first person to bear the brunt of a prohibitionist government for being interested in this topic. And I couldn't find you anywhere.
I was doing my best to
keeping low profile and staying away from all of this. And it was time, after 25 years, for it to come full circle. And
I think that's why it's important to talk about these things and to recognize that things can change.
Yeah, and that's why I've been a very big advocate of drug education. And it shouldn't be law enforcement that is educating the public on these topics. It should be people that understand the therapeutic value of them.
Why do you think the DEA does what they do?
I'm not sure I have an answer for that, Hamilton.
And what about the popularity of Bufo alvarius? Did he have any idea?
Well, we were passing out the books in the 80s. And, you know, then for a few years, there'd be an article in National Enquirer. You just kind of hear rumors of it spreading, which he kind of missed because he really lives off the grid, you know? He don't watch TV. I don't think he's ever been on the internet by himself. It's becoming a part of popular culture, and the whole time he's like, you know, I got more things. I'm worried about my missile base. I'm planting trees. I'm building sculptures. I'm doing my stuff. It really got backburnered for a number of years. And, you know, we just quit handing the books out and the internet took over. And he missed all of that. He just missed all of it. Yeah, it's goofy. Oh, lizard. So this was Ken's workshop. His workshop's a mess, and the roof's kind of collapsed, and the tables are collapsing. So there's tons of half-made, half-started. So I wanted you to see his shop. Like I said, a psychonaut. Beautiful place, beautiful stars. But I really like the artwork he did. This is really a lot of stuff that he just found out here when he was cleaning up the missile base.
Wow, this is so cool.
Yeah, isn't it though? This was his first art project. You know, it was therapy in a way. Some help, some psychedelic help. You know, I'm sure there was, because, you know, it's a hobby we did.
Lo que más me gusta de la química, pues, nosotros estamos muy orgullosos porque, pues, gracias a Dios no nos ha faltado el trabajo. Nos gusta trabajar y hay que salir adelante. Aquí trabajando en la cocina, pero no en la cocina de comida, aquí se hace cristal. Pues aquí están las pruebas. Aquí es el primer paso para hacer el cristal. Aquí le echamos alcohol y el bencilo, cloro, lo cose por 7 horas. De las 7 horas lo saco, ya que me dio todo, lo saco y lo echamos a reaccionar. Aquí lleva el POP, le echas aluminio, le echas alcohol y le echas mono. Este es el mono, mire. Ese es el que hace la reacción con el aluminio y el mercurio. Este no le da tiempo, es un proceso hasta que se deja de humear. Ya que sacamos el aceite, lo echamos otra vez a la destiladora. Le echamos cloro, lo bajamos al 4 con el pH. Echamos la carrilla a cocer. Y ya sale el cristal, este es el cristal. Ahorita se mira así porque no está lavado, falta lavarte con acetona y ya va a salir blanco. Aquí lo secamos digamos, es secadora, como una secadora de ropa, pero estas son hechizas, pues. Son aparatos de hechizos, pero son de calidad. Y aquí queda el cristal, seco. La acetona es la última función que hace, que le quita esa impureza que le queda. Y ya es lo que voy a hacer, voy a meter la mano ahí para quitarle todos esos terrones, para que se lave bien. Ya que está limpio, queda blanco, se hace blanco, pues como dice el cristal. Ya va para la venta, pues ya va la salida ya lo llevo. Puro cristal, hecho en México. Lo que más me gusta, pues, hacer cristal.
I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain.
This lab's whole charter, in some ways, is to explore the unknown and to learn about something we couldn't see with our eye. X-rays exist on the electromagnetic spectrum in the angstrom region. I think only in angstroms. I can show you a good crystal for diffraction. That requires me to open the safe. We have very big crystals here. So we could make a crystal that's cut to size that would work well for a diffraction experiment. So I've got a shard. Nice. Do you want to look at them?
Sure.
The good-looking crystals give the best data. I love those things.
Wow.
Yeah, this is methamphetamine hydrochloride. That iridescent quality you're seeing on the crystal is called birefringence. I'll turn the polarizer, and you'll see some crystals are very bright, and if I rotate, light become dark, and the ones that were dark become light. That's one way we can assess crystal quality. And we'll mount it up. A nice single crystal. This little guy right here. Voila. Centered well enough. Now let's see what the diffraction looks like. Measure all of the spots, and then we'll try and get an idea of how big the unit cell is.
You could get so wrapped up in looking at the connectivity of atoms that from this position you forget everything about its cultural baggage and sort of the purest understanding of a substance you could possibly ask for.
I mean, I'm looking at these things just as they exist in a crystal.
Inanimate, valueless.
Yeah, it's not unlike Legos, Tinker Toys. So I'm going to open up the images right now that we just collected. This is the raw data. And you can say, okay, there's my sulfate, there's my amphetamine, and then your model of the crystal. There's many steps after this. This is just how well your model is fitting to the raw data.
Crystal methamphetamine has become so popular that you can simply call it crystal and people know what you're talking about. How does that make you feel as a crystallographer?
It's what you choose to do with that product, right? I mean, I just look at it for what it is. It's just the crystal.
So we got our brain slices incubating in solution of artificial cerebrospinal fluid. We're gonna take a slice.
What part of the brain is it from?
So it's a mouse slice. We have a little bit of cortex on the top and then mostly striatum. And then bring it over to the microscope. Okay. And then FFN, fluorescent false neurotransmitter, allows us to visualize pools of synaptic vesicles in actual brain tissue. Our fluorescent false neurotransmitter is pretty much mimicking dopamine. So wherever it goes, dopamine goes. We can infer from the release patterns of the FFN the release patterns of dopamine. The idea is that we could use it as a way of monitoring your dopaminergic health, better understand how amphetamine works in humans. You give someone this compound, it loads into their brain, you take the MRI, give them amphetamine, you can watch it release in real time as those two peaks kind of shift.
Wow. The diffusion from the synaptic vesicles into the cytosol is so gentle, so slow. It's really very relaxing.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's that? Whoa. What was on my head? Were you saying something?
No.
Okay.
It seems like you had a decent bit of that. Like, what is the dose that you go for?
Just everything. All I have until it's gone.
It doesn't seem like it's helping you all that much, to be honest.
Yeah, the way it affects motivation is kind of weird. Well, I guess it's not weird. Well, you know.
What makes this worth doing repeatedly? If it's not really giving you motivation and you keep wanting to use more and it's making you paranoid.
It doesn't make me paranoid. Oh, God. I'm gonna check on that real quick. Oh, my God. Oh, man. I have to pop 48 Sudafeds out. This is 1/4 the amount normal.
To be honest, I'm a little drunk at the moment.
So they're each 30 milligrams, and there's 48 of them. One down. At the very least, nobody can argue with this being a motivating substance.
I saw you have some fiction on the shelf. Do you like Philip K. Dick?
Yeah, I've read most of Philip K. Dick.
Have you read A Scanner Darkly?
Yes, but I wasn't too invested. I'll be honest, I was pretty drunk when I read that one.
You know, having the ability, but no motivation.
What about the Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch?
That one I liked a lot. Yeah, it was the hallucinogens.
Yeah, the idea that life is so miserable that you have to use some kind of a hallucinogen to create a new reality that's tolerable.
Right. Sheesh, when you put it that way, I wonder if humans aren't already doing that.
I mean, okay, so that's super dramatic to say. I never had any thought to put a book together other than like the fiction I write.
He's coming up with the sci-fi novel that I thought was pretty good.
The book, and he read some of it.
I mean, I thought it was a really good idea.
That's okay. Don't.
I mean, the idea is just how
anyway.
Humans discover warp speed, which doesn't make quite much sense to me because it's a crazy plot line. There's a secret agent.
Just because if I were to write professionally and then you're still, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I don't want to ruin your dang
that makes
plot
sense?
line. And I'm totally ruining it for you.
I was gonna smoke a bit.
Sure, do what you gotta
I mean,
do.
we only got one life, right? Who wouldn't want to try the best, speediest, most incredibly up there speed? If you're into that, you know, that you could, you know? You know, like imagine you climbed Everest. You'd feel pretty amped about your life. And you can imagine that you've been there, you've done that, you know? For me, meth is definitely good for sex.
Yeah.
It's like fantastic for the sex.
Which is a really good feeling and hard to describe.
Yeah.
And definitely, you know, fuels the,
get some sort of, like, something to amp life up. I mean, I've always felt a little bit that way, but the whole reason I turned to drugs is because I had no idea what moral philosophy, like, how is it to live the best life? Sometimes I wonder, you know, is it to experience the most pleasure, or is it to, I don't know, do the most good? I'm not even sure, man.
I definitely, for like, always wanted to be the best, telling myself I'm the best, and then doing this just makes you know that you are.
Yeah.
I dropped out of high school twice, dropped out of college the one time. I mean, I suffered from, I guess, laziness or lack of motivation, erratic behavior. I mean, just the issue with my life. I don't know if that's something I should talk about, or...
It's up to you.
Well, just like, you know, persistent paranoid fears. Just my wife's just hatred of any smell, really.
You know what? I totally lost my thought. Hey, those are here for everybody to share with them.
So even after having learned to make methamphetamine, it seems that outside of the chemistry you're doing right now, you usually buy it from dealers. Why is that?
You know, you're always looking at least 7 years in prison, as far as I understand. All I got to do is drive 45 minutes and I can have as much meth as you can afford, and God, it's cheap around here. Yeah, not being afraid of going to jail was a pretty good feeling. The Epsom salt comes as the hydrated magnesium sulfate.
Are you concerned about the addition of the menthol to this Epsom salt?
There's menthol? Shit, I'll look up the boiling points and just see if I can go over that. Okay.
Oh, this also has baking soda in it as well. It's very hard these days to find a pure chemical in any consumer product.
Yeah, the amount of like fillers and just additives.
Do you think that's intentional because it makes it more difficult to people to use them for chemistry?
You wonder. No sparks or open flames in the kitchen. The main thing is I don't want any of you all to get hurt.
I appreciate that.
This is ammonia. Man, that smell.
It's a little rough on the eyeball.
Oh, yeah. Well, trying to find alternatives for ammonium nitrate. Ammonium chloride was an obvious one to do the same thing as the regular shake and bake.
I'm a little too scattered when I do it. It's almost like I'm so into everything at once that in order to focus on one project and in order to see it through to completion, it's almost too much dopamine. Even if you use meth a couple times, there's no such thing as a free lunch, right?
Oh wow, that's a really nice meth ring.
I know that I'm probably going to crash pretty hard in the next few days, but if you manage it, then I guess you can get back up.
Stuff's really irritating to breathe. Sodium carbonate. So it should warm up slow enough that my house doesn't explode.
As the temperature inside the fire extinguisher reaches 58 degrees Celsius, the ammonium carbonate decomposes into water, carbon dioxide, and ammonia, which dissolves in the starting fluid.
So I can release some of the gas and smell it to see if it is making ammonia at all.
What are you about to do?
Wait, why are you opening it?
I'm gonna just release a little puff of ammonia. I can't. No, y'all are gonna die. Can't.
Are you alright?
Oh, my eyes. Yeah.
Okay, go to the bathroom here. Let me lead you to the bathroom so you can wash your
Did meth have something to do with the problems in your marriage?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, she was always against it, always hated it when I made meth.
Heimlich removes the lithium anode from 2 AA batteries and submerges them in isopropanol. Now, with the ammonia in solution, Heimlich opens the valve assembly and introduces the crushed pseudoephedrine tablets and lithium foil, which serenely floats on the surface of the ammoniated ether. The fire extinguisher is cooled to room temperature and plunged into an ice bucket. The smallest of all possible anions, a naked electron, is swept from the lithium and cradled in a shell of ammonia molecules, absorbing red light and reflecting an otherworldly blue. attack of a solvated electron forms a radical anion that stabilizes the loss of hydroxide to produce an electron-deficient benzylic radical that accepts another solvated electron to yield a benzylic carbanion that abstracts a proton from ammonia, forming an enantiopure S-methamphetamine. But this likely didn't occur because Heimlich was short on focus and fatigued.
Seems like there's a lot of irony in psychopharmacology in general. People that take opiates or opioids end up crippled by pain. People that take benzodiazepines end up overwhelmed by anxiety and insomnia. And people that take stimulants end up tired and unmotivated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tired and unmotivated. Yeah.
What do you think it is?
Who knows?
I don't mean to sound harsh, but I'm amazed that you've ever succeeded in doing this.
Just a bunch of bullshit in there, yeah. Yeah, well, I guess I see what happens with just disarray. Like, especially watching myself just not really have the diligence that I should.
Meth is good, but like in doses that allow you still to have regular sleep. Because without sleep, you can't make memories. And if you can't make memories, then you can't learn. In other words, you're just stuck in time. The moral of the story is you need sleep, bro.
I just hit this, and...
Well, maybe you shouldn't continue. You know, I say this as a great lover of stimulants myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's better to just have a little bit of restraint.
Okay. One huge hit.
How about 0 any sized hits?
0 of any size.
But
no. It's gonna be insane. I don't feel as a person that this drug has like torn my life apart or anything. The perception is that it doesn't matter if you quit, you're just crazy now because you were or are a meth head. And that is not correct.
It don't matter how many people we get packed in this place. If we don't have the Spirit of God in this place, we're not accomplishing anything. But Jesus will break the bonds and the chains. I'm a living proof that God can take a man that's bound up in addiction and set them free. Hallelujah.
Do you think that's the only way to conquer these sorts of addictions, by replacing them with a different, less destructive addiction?
You could be addicted to him. I'm addicted to him. I'm in love with him.
You have a craving
Oh, yes.
for Christ in the way that you once did for psychoactive drugs.
Absolutely. I crave him.
Guys, a little over 10 years ago, you wouldn't have caught me in this church house or any other church house. Having come from meth to mayor, come on. You know, I went through high school, I graduated, I went and served my country, I came back, I got married, I started a family, we had a trucking company, things were going good. And you know, the devil has no prejudice. He'll come and get you wherever you're at. You see, I was weak, and the devil said, well, there's a weak one. And then I got introduced, of all things, it was crystal meth. It wasn't uncommon for bosses to include meth in their drivers' paychecks to keep them going. And I thought, man, now I can really work. And I went from using to work to working to use. And it grew and it grew and it grew. You know, I had lost everything that I had, and yet I was still thinking that if I could just use, I'll get it back. August the 16th of 2009, Mr. Collins, you're having a heart attack. Yeah, I don't know what happened after that. Things just went away. The doctor had turned and told the woman, let's get the paperwork, we're fixing to cash this man's chips in. He's dead. But see, it wasn't his choice. God said there's going to be life. He put life back through the doctor's hands. He put the numbers back on the board. It wasn't Jeff, it wasn't the doctor, it was all God. See, when I woke up, I didn't know what it felt like to be an addict. I don't have that desire. My life has done changed, and I'm going to help people I have seen trying to quit, the people I had seen struggling, the ones that are fighting. If I have to hurt their feelings and make them cry, I can't fix you, but I know somebody that can. Now I'm hooked, guys. Now I've got a new addiction. You want to know the God that I'm talking about? If you don't know this God, come forward right now. Don't be afraid to come to these altars, guys. You've come a long way. Yeah, a long way.
I thought one of the most interesting things about your sermon today was that you talked about replacing your addiction to methamphetamine with an addiction to God.
Yeah, man. You just got to go to God.
Ever since I laid that down and he delivered me, I've not had a craving. I mean, he healed that part of me.
I was delivered from a 20-year drug addiction, no desire, no trigger, no nothing.
Can you overdose on God?
I can have as much God as I want. Anybody can. And if I want all of him that I can get, then I can have him, but most people don't want that.
I get high off the Holy Spirit, not like high like as a substance high, but it's the power from heaven that manifests itself on the inside of me. Just try Jesus, man.
And what advice would you have for people that are atheists or they struggle to believe in a higher power, but they're also struggling with addiction?
If they're struggling believing in God, it's not so much that they don't believe in God, but why don't they believe in God?
Probably evidence-based thinking.
They will believe. They were created to believe.
The drug, it's one of the best tools that Satan could have, because just anybody without any type of chemist background or anything, and even the average Joe could figure it out.
Everybody was cooking meth just all over the place. I had one buddy that had a four-wheeler set up that he was cooking meth on. He'd just drive out in the middle of a field somewhere and do it. It was so readily available at that time because you could go to Walmart and buy these pills or go to a gas station and buy the pills to make it with. And now you can't do that. It's a different monster now. Everything's pretty much brought in, I think.
Yeah, it used to be in every household. And the high lasts longer than most other drugs.
Have you ever cooked meth?
Yes. I stopped cooking 17 years ago. I'm not proud of it, but it was money in my pocket, and it kept me high.
I had a friend that cooked that was good at it, and I was his gopher. I would run and gather the supplies, and how happy we were that we had done it ourselves. We didn't have to go buy none. And I watched my friend, he got to where he were getting so high, not off the drug and not off the fumes, watching it cook. And his words were, "I'm so addicted to cooking."
The three main ingredients is iodine, ephedrine, and
red phosphorus matches.
Red phosphorus, there you go. Matches, yeah. Batteries, fertilizer, liquid fire, Drano.
Camp fuel, gas and hose, Yoo-hoo bottle.
Rock salt.
Salt.
Hose.
How much more we need to go?
Come on.
Do you think that's also a sort of addiction, the chemistry?
Yeah. Yeah. But, only the strong survives, and I'm still here today. And how long I got on here, it's up to him. It's in his hands. Can't get no higher than this. Okay, I'm a dopey dude. Amen?
I'm a firm believer that I had been took to the gates of hell. I wanted to know what hell was so bad that I believe I was shown.
I like my meth. I've had a taste for that stuff since the late 1970s. The Pied Piper of meth, they called me. These little children down the path.
I do believe it's a tool for Satan.
The molecule itself has some kind of satanic component.
Thank you, God, for this opportunity. We know that nothing is a mistake, Father, that you have the plans laid out.
The thing I like about meth is it makes you more than what you generally are. Done properly, it adds to your life rather than detracts from it. A little bit with my morning coffee and I'm out the door, and the man gets more than his paycheck worth every day out of me. It gives you courage. And you can do it day after day after day after day if you don't do too much, just a little bit, which is what I do.
The first step of Fester's synthesis is the oxidation of toluene. Lead electrodes are immersed in an aqueous manganese ammonium sulfate solution, and a rectifier is used to maintain a constant current.
Power this puppy up.
Current flows through the solution, and the manganese salts are converted from the +2 to the +3 oxidation state.
Yeah, there's scientific measurement for you. It's sort of like the way I cook my meals, you know? It's a dash of this and a blob of that.
The manganic ammonium sulfate affects a cascade of 1-electron oxidations of toluene, beginning with a benzyl radical, followed by a phenylcarbenium ion that undergoes nucleophilic attack by water, forming benzyl alcohol, a benzyl oxyl radical, and finally the product, benzaldehyde.
Oh, there's definitely a cherry smell in there now, so it's time to add more toluene.
What kind of person were you when you first cooked meth?
Oh, I was a young guy in my early 20s. Still in college. My major was chemistry, which is where I obtained my glassware. Oh, well, I broke another piece there, Prof. Actually, it wasn't broken. It was just stuffed in my backpack and going home with me, you see. Yes.
And so you decided that you were going to synthesize methamphetamine.
Yep. And my roommates at the time said, "You're not going to be doing it here, goddammit, because we don't want to be sharing a prison cell with you."
Encouraged by the characteristic cherry almond tang of benzaldehyde, Fester extracts the crude reaction mix with toluene.
Should I be using a funnel for this? Hup, you're damn right.
And treats the extract with an aqueous solution of sodium bisulfite, hoping to observe the formation of an insoluble bisulfite adduct.
Moment of truth.
Yes. Well, I tell you, it doesn't look like I'm getting anything at the moment.
No adduct is formed.
I'm pissed. It is a very rich field. There's so many ways to come at it. I'm coming at it through a pretty roundabout route here right now because that's all you can do when you're pulling stuff off the shelf. The simple and direct ones have all been pretty much dried up, or you have to show IDs and sign a confession.
What did your parents think of what you did?
Oh, this is bad, Steve, bad. You weren't taught to do bad things by us, Steve. I go, Mom, it's not bad. It's just my interest in the sciences, that's all. Given time and the freedom to operate, I produce a very high quality material. Back when I got busted, one of their big things that they bitched to the judge about, and the stuff he was producing was 98% pure. He's a menace. Yeah, I'm not sure who it was who said that it's the dose that makes the poison.
Paracelsus.
Really?
Yes.
All right, words of wisdom.
What did you do while you were in prison?
Write books. Write books and work out. You gotta keep in shape, you know.
You got arrested and you got angry at the government because they locked you in a cage and you wanted to get revenge.
Uh-huh, and I knew just the perfect way to do it by training an army of people to take my place doing the stuff while I wrote about it.
How long were you in prison?
I did 3.5 on a 5-year bit. Then they paroled me. What was the first thing I did when I got out of jail? Forbidden knowledge. Yeah, and that makes it attractive. The things that you're not supposed to learn about.
You've tuned into cooking meth with Uncle Fester. First thing we gotta do is grind these puppies up. Stop, Rick. And shake. There's nothing like crank. Love crank.
What would you write if you got to retire tomorrow?
Number one, there'd be a new version of my Cook and Crank with Uncle Fester video, updated with what materials you can obtain on hardware store shelves now.
What if this is the new version?
All right. The devil will make his appearance. All right, day job first. Pick up some tubing, too, at the hardware store. Now, seatbelts are optional. Not gonna be much traffic for the next several hours because it's game day. Oh, I need some gas.
Fester is going into his electroplating day job to get iron powder. You know that cops call amphetamine chemists bad guys?
They're in search of bad guys is what my opinion is on that one. Because they have to beat the bush to find bad guys who should focus their attention on the real menaces out there, yes.
The cops always say that it's so easy.
Yes, they do, don't they?
Why do they say that?
In order to denigrate people who are able to do it.
But they probably can't do it themselves.
They can't do it themselves either. Although there was a day when it was so damnably simple, it was just a matter of just grinding up pills, tossing them into a pot of liquid ammonia, and throwing some lithium in along with it, and away you go.
There's our product. Let the snorting begin. Party time.
All right, I'll run in here, I'll grab my stuff.
You can show rape and murder on television. You can show poisoning and violence. But you show a little chemistry and people say you can't do that.
Yes.
You have to skip a step.
All right. Extra fine.
Because if you showed the whole thing, then somebody might repeat that chemistry. And that would be terrible.
No, I don't think it'd be so terrible in the first place. And secondly, it's not the very, very easy task that some people might have led them to believe that it is. Well, there you go.
Out of 10?
Come on, give me radio. Damn your ass. I don't want Bluetooth nor aux either. Come on, how about radio? All right, 7 to 3.
It's a nice day in Green Bay, and we've got some veterans coming off the bench for the first time all season.
Fester begins his synthesis of nitroethane with the drying of ethanol from grain alcohol. A volumetric flask is charged with 1 liter of 95% ethanol, insulated with aluminum foil, and heated. Methyl ethyl ketone is added to entrained water in a positive azeotrope, allowing it to be distilled from the ethanol.
She's distilling it.
First down.
93% sulfuric acid is poured into a stoichiometric excess of dry ethanol and gently boiled. Sulfuric acid protonates ethanol's oxygen, forming an ethyl oxonium ion that participates in an SN2 reaction. The oxonium leaves as water, and the sulfate attacks a carbon, producing ethyl sulfate. But the rapid addition of sulfuric acid and high temperature allows subsequent SN2 reactions that form diethyl ether, which boils from the reaction mix, and the probable human carcinogen, diethyl sulfate, a menacing side product recognizable by its wintergreen aroma.
Green Bay's DNA just got
The
alkylated.
deep red crude ethyl sulfate is removed from the hot plate and poured over ice.
All right, now I can start adding my powdered limestone.
Oh, got the ice cream scoop.
That's exactly what it is.
An unknown quantity of ethyl sulfate is treated with an unmeasured quantity of calcium carbonate, which deprotonates the sulfate group, forming the water-soluble salt calcium ethyl sulfate. The mixture is passed through a filter bag to remove excess calcium carbonate.
Squeezing it out.
I don't know how to describe the smell. I'm tempted to say wintergreen.
I've worked in the electroplating industry for 27 years now, so my sense of smell is not particularly acute.
The filtered aqueous calcium ethyl sulfate is treated with an aqueous solution of sodium carbonate, forming sodium ethyl sulfate. The cation exchange is visually monitored by the precipitation of insoluble calcium carbonate, which settles to the bottom of the bucket. 25 grams of potassium carbonate, an unknown quantity of aqueous sodium ethyl sulfate, and 300 grams of sodium nitrite are added to a round-bottom flask, followed by a dash of tropical coconut shampoo.
Acetyl alcohol is the anti-foaming ingredient that I want. All right, and just let that sit on the stove for the time being.
Great pass.
The mixture is heated to 130 degrees Celsius and begins to bubble. Lone pair electrons on sodium nitrite's nitrogen attack the electrophilic carbon in an SN2 reaction, forming sodium sulfate and nitroethane, which boils from the reaction mix.
That's what we got.
After the failure of his electrolytic oxidation, Fester opts to distill benzaldehyde from an almond baking emulsion. The presumed benzaldehyde distillate is extracted with toluene in a SEP funnel and transferred to a round-bottom flask. To this is added 100 milliliters of nitroethane and 50 milliliters of ethylene diamine.
Steve, don't you weigh anything out?
The flask is heated on a stove, and the Henry reaction is left to run overnight.
Have you done this reaction before?
Never. Well, that was piss poor. Yo. What's up, child? No, you're not coming over. Yeah, no, you're not going to get everybody sick. You keep your disease germs to yourself. Yes, you are. Bye-bye. It's my daughter. She wants to come over. She's a dangerous person.
After sitting in the freezer overnight, a solid precipitate, which is assumed to be phenyl 2-nitropropene, is observed at the bottom of the flask. Bester stuffs the flask with steel wool to suspend iron filings, adds hydrochloric acid, and heats the mixture in a water bath. The reaction begins with an iron reduction of the alkene, producing the nitroalkane, which then undergoes a Neff reaction. The nitronate tautomer is protonated to a nitronic acid, and the aminium carbon of the protonated nitronic acid is subject to nucleophilic attack by water, forming an unstable intermediate that loses oxonium to form the nitrosophenylpropanol. Elimination of nitroxyl forms nitrous oxide and P2P, which, after base neutralization, is distilled directly from the reaction mix. A 1-liter volumetric flask is packed with aluminum foil using a lignocellulose tamping apparatus.
Ramrod to jam it in. Nothing but a baby spoon will do.
The aluminum is amalgamated with an unmeasured quantity of aqueous mercury nitrate. You know mercury nitrate poisoning is where the term mad as a hatter comes from.
That person who's addicted to this stuff, you know? I mean, if he doesn't have it, he's fiending and he's a junkie. It just made them all sloppy and this sort of stuff, you know, and they're drooling and licking peanut butter out of each other's cracks and that sort of stuff. And I go, that doesn't sound all that hot to me.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It seems like you like that kind of thing.
What, drooling?
Depraved sexual activity.
Well, yeah. So it's time to get ready to rock and roll here.
Unmeasured volumes of isopropanol and nitromethane-based fuel are added to the amalgam. The reduction begins immediately, and the flask is transferred to a stovetop. A hose is used to direct the gaseous methylamine freebase into the flask containing P2P, forming an imine.
There you go, methylamine gas getting piped on in there. There's some methylamine for you. Drink up.
Methylamine freebase?
That is correct.
What do you think about opening a couple of these windows?
Go for it. Methylamine is fun and easy to make. I recommend it as a playtime for children everywhere.
Are you concerned about the mercury nitrate on your toilet?
I'll take care of that in a bit.
There is poisonous residue all over this house.
Green Bay is not reducing that amine anytime soon.
One imine reduction away from methamphetamine, Bester interrupts his synthesis out of a deeply held respect for federal law. So this is chemistry interruptus.
Yes, we came just about that close to coming. Just about, and it's time to pull out. It was my pleasure.
Given all this difficulty, do you think it's worth it?
It's worth it for the knowledge for me, more than, well, maybe a quarter pound of product coming out the end, you know? Because you know what they're selling ounces for these days? Well, it's nowhere near as good as the product I'd be cooking, but still, ounces are going for like $700 an ounce, and that's in Green Bay. If you get closer to the border, it's even less. All right, well, I'm good to go.
Did you tell your children not to use methamphetamine?
I didn't have to worry about it at the time because there had been none available. It wasn't until the Mexicans started turning it out by the ton there south of the border and flooding the country. That's like at every street corner, it's everywhere. And that didn't show up here in Green Bay until maybe 3 years ago or so. By that time, well, let's see, they were adults and so was I.
How have the book sales been?
Not like the 90s. You know, the 90s, they were the heydays for underground press and all that good stuff there. Now people have free stuff they can read on the internet.
And if somebody says that you were committing a crime on television, what will your defense be?
Well, you know, it's hard to do proper analysis on materials just by looking through a TV screen. Would be my defense.
So it could all be fake?
It could possibly be. Although I've done my damnedest to make this genuine from start to finish. Yes, that would be my defense. I was watching TV last night and I saw 3 people murdered at least. And none of the actors playing those roles are facing charges today. So why are you picking me out? There are these other potential perpetrators that you're just plain ignoring.
Well, sure, you're an excellent actor.
You think so, huh?
I do.
Well, thank you much. My people are the small-time operators who don't produce a lot and take care of their friends and themselves and maybe make a few bucks on the side. I don't consider them to be a menace to anybody. Well, hell, just working with stuff off the hardware store shelves. I got this thing here running here, and I know that if I practice at the various ins and outs of what these materials are like and what tricks they hold in them. They'd be able to punch right through them, and I could go into production no problemo. But given the continually lowering price on that stuff, it's like, well, what's the incentive, really? They really crimp down on the mom and pop end of things. This is a lot of hassle, especially considering that you can buy an ounce for $600 or $700.
Does it tempt you?
It is tempting. Oh, yes, it is.
So if even you, of all people, America's favorite clandestine chemist, defer to the Mexican product,
yes,
what hope does anyone else have?
Do you feel bad about putting mom and pop meth cooks out of business?
Manda.
No, I don't like meth personally because it keeps me awake. I like sleep. I don't like it, but other people do.
And what does the reaction itself look like?
It looks like bubbles, and then it turns to a heavier consistency and turns to ice.
So you were going to demonstrate the production of methamphetamine from pseudoephedrine, but then you decided you didn't want to do it.
I just didn't think it would be safe for one person to try to execute and get the ingredients mixed in time, and so I didn't want to do it.
How many people does it typically take?
3 would be good, 2 would work.
So when you've done this in the past, you had other people that were helping you?
Yes, I had apprentices.
Could you show me your recipe?
This is the recipe.
Okay. Do you like meth?
You're making me nervous, too.
Really? Why?
Because, oh, fuck. I know the cooking of it made me nervous, but it's not nervous.
There goes the meth cook. It's not encouraging. There's more methamphetamine labs in the United States than any other psychoactive drug. You'd think it would be easy for that reason, but it's not. This whole thing looks like a mess. Like the pseudoephedrine has guaifenesin in it. It was so close to becoming a crime scene.
You have the plans laid out, God, that we follow. These people that have come into our lives today, God, we know that someday, Father, there's a reason, God. We just pray that you go with them as they leave this place, Father. May help them know how much you love them, God.
I was in addiction for 20-something years. I started out smoking pot at like 12 and then started doing meth at 15. And me and Jeff actually were buddies. And so we were together in our addiction at that time.
He said that he had replaced one addiction with another, and now he is addicted to Christ.
Right. I'd agree with that. I would say the same thing, yeah. I didn't think I could quit, you know. I didn't think I was strong enough myself to be able to quit. My rock bottom, and that's the day that I looked to the Lord for a change, and I just told him, I said, if you'll heal me of this addiction, I'll serve you. I received a healing that day, because after that, I never had another craving for methamphetamine.
It seems very clear that belief in a higher power can have a tremendously therapeutic effect for people struggling with addiction.
If you think and reason with the mind of Christ, the mind that has never been overcome, then you have a thinking and reasoning ability that will not be overcome. The way that the meth would work in me is that I didn't have any emotions. As long as I stayed high, I didn't have to face who I was inside. And about that time, I heard somebody behind me say, if you'll turn to me now, look, there was nobody. And I knew that it was the Lord talking to me, and I felt a quiver, a quickening in me, and it took me to my knees in the middle of the street. He said, I'll pick up the pieces of your lot. And when I got off my knees that day in the middle of the street, I was delivered from a 20-year drug addiction.
Wow, that's very impressive.
And saw him.
Huh. I can have as much God as I want. Anybody can. And if I want all of him that I can get, then I can have him, but most people don't want that.
Oh, hey, I know this guy. Hamilton, the psychedelic guy. Yo, I did weed because of you. Yeah, I love this guy. Do some shit about Bufotenine. Bufotenine, the drug? You need to do a segment about Bufotenine and Anadenanthera, or I'll kill you. I won't kill him, but I might. You just don't know these days, you know what I mean? No, I would never do that to you. Do it, all right? All right, later, buddy. Do a segment on Bufotenine, please. Okay, bye. Do a segment on Bufotenine.
Oh, man, shit! You need to be doing Bufotenine, man! Bufotenine! Hamilton! I'm serious!
It was a beautiful mass of crystals. I decanted, and then I took the residue and reconcentrated it on the rotovap. Then I combined those and recrystallized them. It's practically the best tryptamine effect I've ever had.
Thought you were spiritual. You know what I'm talking about. Is your pineal gland a little calcified tonight, or? Bufotenine, Hamilton. Excuse me, great. You know, I got a pharmacopeia of my own. Excuse me, Hamilton? Bufotenine, have you heard of it?
Are you gonna do a thing on Bufotenine?
I've been watching you for years.
Come on, you know you wanna.
Why has this not been covered yet?
Bufotenine, man! Bufotenine!
Having a good time in my isolation tank float wad? Sad. Really sad. Despicable. You don't even have the balls to make a documentary about Bufotenine. Dork.
Personally, I'm not very interested in unusual psychedelics, and so I never really cared all that much about Bufotenine. But when all these disgruntled males decided to accost me on the street, it really got me thinking. After tryptophan, Bufotenine was the first simple tryptamine to be isolated by chemists, predating DMT, 5-MeO-DMT, psilocin, psilocybin, serotonin, and even tryptamine itself.
These are snuff tablets that have been found at various archaeological sites throughout South America. There have been hundreds, if not thousands, of these implements found. There's a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of people that seem to think that Bufotenine is the same thing as 5-MeO-DMT. The effect of Bufo alvarius venom is not a Bufotenine-mediated effect. If you've tried Bufo alvarius, don't think that you've tried Bufotenine, because the two are very, very different. Whether or not Bufotenine is hallucinogenic is still a source of some dispute.
Some articles made a very strong case that Bufotenine was not a psychedelic, and this misconception was disseminated by many prominent researchers, including Shulgin, Nichols, and Dennis McKenna. In the 1950s, Bufotenine was experimentally injected into prison inmates, and their response further complicated the picture of Bufotenine's activity, with reported hallucinations accompanied by vomiting and facial empurplement. People decided that Bufotenine was a poison, or at the very least, the psychedelic activity of Bufotenine was purely fictional, and it was kind of ignored and forgotten. And there was one person who really wouldn't tolerate this idea, and that was Jonathan Ott. He took it upon himself to test Bufotenine and to end this debate for good. He collected seeds of Anadenanthera colubrina Although there are other Anadenanthera species, Anadenanthera colubrina is notable for being an exceptionally pure and potent source of bufotenine, at times having a 12.5% bufotenine content without competing effects from DMT or 5-MeO-DMT. He developed a very effective procedure for extracting and purifying the bufotenine and found that it was active via every single route that he tried: intranasal, oral, sublingual, intrarectal, and showed that it was a traditional psychedelic that offered many of the desirable properties of DMT and 5-MeO-DMT. People should have known from the very beginning that not only is Anadenanthera psychoactive, but that it represents one of the most widely used psychedelics in the ancient world. The archaeological remains of Anadenanthera smoking implements predate all other evidence of psychedelic tryptamine use, going back over 4,000 years. This is at least 500-year-old enema tube, maybe 1,500-year-old enema tube. The way that they were able to definitively demonstrate that these tubes had been inserted into people's anuses was the presence of a metabolite of cholesterol called coprostanol. I just love the way chemistry was used to solve this rectal mystery. Bufotenine-containing Anadenanthera colubrina seeds were distributed in vast trade networks throughout much of pre-Columbian South America. This use must have been widespread and was very important to the people that did it. Specifically, there is one indigenous group in northern Argentina called the Wichi. After reviewing the state of the art in bufotenine research, I think it's my responsibility to go to northern Argentina, visit the indigenous Wichi group, and see what I can learn about Sibyl shamanism.
Todo este lugar es un sitio arqueológico, un sitio muy grande que tiene alrededor de 2,5 hectáreas, está bajo suelo, bajo el bosque, no tiene visibilidad por afuera porque estas poblaciones construían sus habitaciones en materiales perecederos. Estos hongos son nativos, no tienen ningún efecto psicotrópico, son bastante irritativos para la piel. En este sector hemos excavado un hombre.
Un hombre.
Estaba colocado en una posición sentado y ahí en la mano estaba puesta la mitad de la pipa de piedra. Con lo cual uno puede llegar a pensar que ese era un objeto inalienable de él porque lo enterraron con él a pesar de estar rota. Se apoyan la boca, digamos, y con esto se sostiene, se aspiraría, se puede abrir y cerrar.
What was used inside the pipes?
Se han hecho análisis en el interior de algunas pipas y hemos tenido resultados muy interesantes, positivos, para el uso de una variedad de plantas. Uno de ellos, el más importante, es el sebil, por sus alcaloides, la que produce algún efecto alterado de conciencia.
El humo inunda el espacio. Entonces, estas pipas de gran tamaño, lo que pensamos es que probablemente no era solamente para consumo propio del chamán, sino también como un implemento que se vinculaba con el paisaje, con otros elementos, ¿sí?, a través del humo que salía de la misma. El registro más antiguo es de 4.000 años. Primero aparecen pipas y ya en momentos previos a la llegada de los incas, ahí sí aparecen restos de tabletas, inhaladores, tubos contenedores, pátulas, cucharas. Bueno, estos son implementos de hueso.
And what are these patterns?
Bueno, esto es muy común, aparece en muchos elementos. Hay dos interpretaciones. La más común es que son las manchas del jaguar. Pero si uno mira, también pueden ser las semillas del sebil. Y pueden ser las dos cosas al mismo tiempo. Uno cree que está vinculado a las transformaciones que la planta habilita de la persona hacia el jaguar y que eso lo que se entiende es que son como operadores de cambio de perspectiva. Comenzás a ver cómo cotidianamente mira un jaguar, por ejemplo. Entonces, todas esas cosas que uno podría pensar que son adornos o es estético, en realidad lo que hace es que son elementos que los chamanes usan para poder lograr efectivamente la transformación que la vehiculiza justamente el Seville.
Can you tell me about the Wichí community?
Es una comunidad que antes de la conquista eran cazadores-recolectores, era una comunidad muy numerosa. Luego de la conquista pasaron procesos de fragmentación muy fuerte. O sea, si bien hay wichís viviendo en la ciudad, su ser está muy vinculado a su territorio y sobre todo a las entidades que viven en ese monte. Entonces, que perduren ciertas formas religiosas, si bien, sobre todo porque es la forma de sostener al monte. El chamán, cuando consume Hataj, como le dicen ellos al Seville, puede volar y puede conectarse con otras entidades para sostener su espacio en ese monte a pesar de las dificultades que cada día atraviesan.
This is a book by Jonathan Ott. Shamanic snuffs are entheogenic irions. Essentially impossible to get. This copy, which is splattered with poo, was something like $500. It's maybe one of the most authoritative texts on Anadenanthera peregrina and the related species Anadenanthera colubrina.
Jonathan Ott is a reclusive psychedelic researcher and the world's foremost expert on Bufotenine. I've traveled internationally to interview him on 2 occasions, but every time he refuses to appear on camera, although he did permit me to record his voice as he spoke of his seminal Bufotenine discovery.
Could you get me a gin and tonic, please? I'm not abstemious on anything except religion. There's a mountain with a telephorique that goes up it, and it's all covered with Anadenanthera. And it's the dominant tree for like 20 kilometers around the city. We've never seen such a huge concentration of a shamanic inebriant in one place as right here in the city of Salta. So I just collected a bunch of seeds there. They're fantastic.
The seeds of the Sebile variety contain incredibly high concentrations of Bufotenine. Wow.
Very astringent. Oh.
Es Sebile, todo es Sebile, que es la especie que más abunda en este bosque serrano. El Sebile es una especie muy apreciada por su calidad de madera. La corteza contiene bastante tanino y de hecho ese contenido químico de tanino se extrajo en algún momento para curtir cueros, para curtiembres. Su madera es dura, también es apreciada en la leña y el carbón.
¿Sabes de Bufotenina? Bufotenina.
El producto que tiene la semilla.
Sí.
Muy poco, sí. Sé que existe, sé que comunidades originarias, pueblos indígenas usaban los frutos para inhalar y estas vainas le falta muy poco para madurar. A ver si esto tiene semilla. No, no permite. Está muy seco.
Do people come here and take the seed pods of the Anadenanthera tree?
Creo que no. El tema del uso de la semilla es muy antiguo, por lo menos en la ciudad. Tal vez en las comunidades originarias, las comunidades de la etnia wichí, en el Chaco salteño, puedan usar las semillas. Pero en la ciudad no.
I'm hoping that as we travel into the indigenous communities, we'll be able to find someone who has some degree of traditional knowledge of the use of Anadenanthera colubrina or Sebile.
Hola. ¿Tienes semillas del árbol Sebile? Sebile? ¿Sabes el árbol? No. Gracias. ¿Sabes el árbol Sibyl?
Sí, pero no tengo.
Gracias.
¿Vendes la semilla alucinógena del árbol Sibyl?
¿Sibyl?
Señor,
¿Sabes?
yo vendo
del
celulares.
¿Sibyl? ¿Sabes dónde puedo encontrarlo, Sibyl? ¿Tienes semillas del árbol Sibyl?
Esta es la semilla, árbol grande.
Sí, gracias.
En Santa Cruz es.
Santa Cruz, Bolivia.
¿Eh?
Sibyl, el árbol Sibyl.
No, no quiero. ¿Cómo no? Hay una dietética. Ahí va a conseguir.
Sí, gracias. ¿Tienes semillas del árbol Sibyl? ¿Sabes del árbol Sibyl? ¿Sabes?
Está en la nube. No conozco. La ciencia, las pastillas, evoluciones, las operaciones, todo no alcanza a la naturaleza. A veces cuando uno va a consultar al médico, qué es lo que tiene, nunca sabe nada. Y los curas tienen ese valor de ayudarles espiritualmente. Este puede estar basado para curar varias cosas, como la gente de antes. Alcanzaban a normalizar todo su problema.
Ah. Sí. Las semillas. Gracias.
Lo va a llevar, lo va a tomar, ¿no? Le vamos a hacer la foto.
How much would the whole jar cost?
No.
No?
No, man. Ese por la curiosidad le estoy regalando. No vendo. Sagrada.
Sacred. Gracias, señor.
Que le vaya bien.
The first thing I did was inhale the vapor of the crystals because that was the fastest, easiest, quick test. And for me, it's practically the best tryptamine effect I've ever had as far as no side effects, duration. It's like mushrooms, only an hour or so shorter with no physiological noise. You start seeing these colored patterns, then you know you're getting into a visionary level dose. It is a distinct tryptamine. I normally get geometric patterns from tryptamines. This gives arabesque patterns, which I previously experienced with peyote or mescaline. I've never tried San Pedro. I don't like mescaline.
We're surrounded by this spectacular vista of Echinopsis terschekii.
For local people, if you see, they say that these cactus are the souls of their grandfathers.
Could you tell me something about the psychoactivity of that cactus?
Este cactus sí tiene alcaloides con mescalina y con actividad psicoactiva. Usually, they use the grandfathers, they say. They are the higher ones, the bigger ones, and they usually are in the archaeological sites. So they get here with no permission and they cut them. Usually local people don't like it.
Why were you drawn to archaeology instead of botany or ethnobotany or something more directly related to the plants? What is the interest in these ancient cultures?
Well, mainly in the case of Seville, because as you can see in this moment, in this area, we have only archaeological evidence of Seville consumption. We don't have modern evidence. And ancient plants are particularly interesting because they are different than modern uses. But archaeology, it's a world that in some point is no longer here, and in some point is still here, but different.
One of the overarching questions that I have about Sibyl is why it has become so unusual, when it has this rich archaeological record, and furthermore, there seems to be very little use outside of those indigenous communities. Why do you think that is?
Por eso tenemos información sobre el Seville. Si uno ve los procesos de extirpación de idolatrías que hubo en los Andes, por cómo se perseguía a quienes lo procesaban, lo consumían y lo difundían. Como consecuencia de tanta persecución y de tanta violencia, fueron dejando de consumir esta planta, la fueron ocultando. Yo con los curanderos que he hablado que todavía usan el Seville, tiene que ser personas que ya estén preparadas para consumirlo. No es una planta que se puede tomar de buenas a primeras.
Veronica told us she knew of a man in the village of La Colsuera who is practiced in the ways of Sibyl. We went there in search of him.
Hola, estoy buscando un curandero de Sibyl.
Ha salido tema personal de él, este tema de fútbol, nada más. Sevilla, nosotros hemos visto en curticuero, en hacer obras de artesanía, de cuero.
Do you use the seeds of the Sibyl tree as a medicine?
No usamos, no. Y te voy a hacer una pregunta, ¿Qué tema de remedio de eso? ¿Se hacen remedio o no?
Sí.
Tema de Sevilla.
I've read that it's used by the Wichi either to induce visions or as a medicine, sometimes that it's smoked, other times that it's snorted.
Para funcionar. Sí, eso es verdad. Eso usan así como ustedes dicen, los chamales o gente así como que estudia temas naturalmente son usos de ellos, ¿no? La verdad eso no nos compete porque ellos, el que usa son personales, trabajos son de ellos. Pero no, la verdad, ni idea no tengo yo de eso. Lo que sí sabemos que la persona que usa es una persona como un médico, como un doctor, ¿viste?
El Seville tiene un poder que nadie sabe. El que le usa ve de lejos, como si fuera que estás arriba de una loma y ver lo que pasa ahí abajo. Al enseñar el Evangelio se iban perdiendo casi la cultura, pero no se perdió la cultura, porque lo siguen usando el Seville. No se va a perder nunca la cultura. Hace 40, 50 años, mismo el ejército argentino le iba invadiendo a los indígenas, o sea, le iba matando a la gente, únicamente para poner el girasol, poner soja y ganadería. ¿Cómo se salvaban algunos indígenas? Porque tenían ese tipo de poder de ver y que no lo hallaban, por eso es que han quedado algunos.
What is a valid reason to take Sibyl if not for curiosity?
Eso es para salvar un enfermo que no tiene cura. Entonces se necesita un hechicero que usa el Seville para saber qué es lo que tiene esa persona. Quedan gente que usan eso, que mantienen esa cultura.
Do you think we could meet some of those people tomorrow?
Sí, sí. Lo que pasa es que hay lugares que como ha llovido, están, digamos, como aislados. Eso el Seville no lo dan a cualquiera. A cualquiera no lo pueden dar, porque tienen una ciencia muy, muy fuerte.
Do you think it would be appropriate for me to try Sibyl?
Para que lo use tienen que pasar un veterano como Marcelino Roca, desde que dárselo y enseñarlo a usarlo. Cualquiera no lo puede dar. Eso sería así. Tenemos que ir a emboscadas, donde están los viejos, los últimos viejos.
Hataj mañoso, machurrotoso, me está llamando mi suegro celoso. Miro a la pasña, me guiña un ojo y se me frunce el corazón de antojo. Ya vaya chancua, hata wakachataruna rikuanku, toko kashani kang manta, kakaki koyuruar micha.
Me firman a mí que yo compro coca. Todo lo que es la orilla del río Bermejo había tolderías indígenas. Los viejos no conocían rutas, así como pavimentaban. Ellos conocían únicamente la vía ferrocarril. Y después la ruta en tierra. Bueno.
Okay, good.
Ahí va. Está Marcelino ahí.
Chicos, a comer.
Gracias. Un gusto. Hasta luego.
Hola, me llamo Hamilton.
Cansado.
Un poquito.
Coqueando, hombre. Coqueando.
¿Coqueando?
Que yo no soy coya, pero igual.
Why do you like coqueando? Que la haga estas preguntas?
No, no creo. No creo que le moleste.
How long have you worked with Sibyl?
Ya va a ser como 38 años de empezar a joder con esta cosa. Van aprendiendo de procurar todo lo que haga.
Who taught you how to heal with plants?
No hace nada curable con la planta. La gente sí. Y este ya está molido, nada más para cuando está baja, ya empezamos. No ocupa. Ya está. Ajá, este ya está. Y estos son enteritos ya.
That's bonito.
Y esto para llamarlo. Al final. Para trabajar. Y este faja para sacarlo, cosa malo que tiene uno, enfermedad. Esto.
You know, they found ropes like that with Sebile seeds that are thousands of years old.
Sí. Ese ya para que yo me hiciera. Así.
Will you teach me about how you use Sebile?
Sí, claro. Porque la cosa no es para agarrar así nomás. Si no te acaba uno que enseña. ¿Qué no? Para que mira lo enfermo. ¿Qué es lo que tiene? Esa que está maldición o algo atravesado. Pero cuando uno ve, no lo deja. Esa plantita para quedar de pantalla, ya uno ya se lo ve, está lo que se viene. Hay mucha gente que entra con religión evangélica, que yo soy curandero, como que yo he equivocado. Estoy trabajando mundano. Yo estoy trabajando con el otro hombre, con lo que decía el diablo.
La Biblia cuenta que el diablo existe. Acá en la zona, por ejemplo, los hechiceros trabajan con los espíritus de muertos, le invocan y entonces ellos son ayudados por el mismo demonio, por el mismo diablo. Trabajan junto con ellos. Invocando al muerto, piensan que el muerto es el que le ayuda, sino que el mismo diablo es el que le ayuda a ellos.
Usted, de primero esto, parece que no es nada, como que estamos jugando, mejor dicho, pero no, estamos haciendo las cosas, bien hecho. Porque por ahí no yo me está, ahí en quién me está. ¿A vos me acompañas?
Sí.
Bueno, ya está ahí. Yo tenía que enseñar cómo es la cosa. Ay. Ay. Ahí está. Vos tenés que decir, yo quiero, no es para ponerse mal, sino yo confiar para que usted me da esfuerzo, para que me enseñe, para que lo hace ver las cosas como es. Apretame perché teneva la perché non è già lo chiamo. Ma c'è andata qua, un mo'. Ya está. Amargo, ¿no? Amargo. No te voy a matar, no. Con eso me voy, yo no estoy aquí, me voy a lo que yo voy. Cuando uno no canta, no apoya nada, no se va, no se va. No sé, se ve despacito, después cuando llega a acostumbrar, va a haber una muestra ya, va a venir un tipo a presentar. El dueño de esta semilla, que decimos Hataj, no te asustar, porque esos son compañeros. Vos vas a ver que está calladito, ¿no? Después vos tenés que llegar hablando. Él te van a contestar.
Got out a skillet, kind of toasted up the seeds like we'd seen described in the literature, and then pressed them up. And I added a little bicarbonate because they're very fatty and gummy to kind of get a better snuff, and snorted it up. At first I lose German, then Spanish, and then if I can't even speak English, then I know. I mean, that's as far out as I can get. It is definitely a psychoactive tryptamine, but you don't want to tell them too much about what to expect because you're going to precondition their experience.
No hay que ver lo que un mandazo. El día que usted quiere trabajar, con esa mano se sacan las cosas. ¿Vos sentís mal?
I feel good. Bueno. That's bien. I feel good, and I think that if you feel that it's appropriate, that I could take more.
Claro. Bueno, cosa despacito va. Ese va a ser como para que tenga ciencia. Voy lo que él tenga que botar.
How should I blow my nose?
Claro, sacar porque ya está. Yo el espíritu tuyo ya te entregó ya. Ahora tengo que sacar.
How do you recommend I blow my nose? Into a tissue?
Ahora nomás ya tengo que sacar nomás. Sacarlo. Ahora ya te lo escuparon.
too late for that. I already swallowed this. No.
El espíritu tuyo aquí está. Ahí está. Yo no veía ya. Lo que sabía hasta el palo que sabíamos llegar para subir eso. Es un poder que está ahí.
Marcelino is a mysterious man, and I don't really know what to make of anything that he's doing, but I'm very glad to observe it. He said that he thought it was best to start slow, to start with a small quantity of the Sibil, and then to gradually escalate the dose, which is absolutely the responsible way to go about this sort of thing. There is certainly part of me that hoped that there would be something more intense, but I thought I felt a little tiny something that maybe I still feel now, and it's nice and it's good. And maybe that's simply the way they do it. Maybe that's the Wichi tradition, and maybe Marcelino simply doesn't feel the need to use these seeds at such a dose that it makes you sick. I enjoyed this minimalist ceremony, and I hope to continue learning about the traditional use of an adenanthera.
Muchas veces la gente criollo, decimos nosotros los blancos, así como ustedes, nos cuesta entender entre nosotros a ellos porque somos diferentes. Muchas veces hemos vivido así como diciendo que somos ambulantes o vivimos así porque queremos vivir así. ¿Sabe por qué? Porque a nosotros nos cierran la puerta. Hoy en estos tiempos estamos más cercados porque tenemos una privacidad de tal dueño que finca ajena y ya nos están reduciendo el lugar y el estado donde vivimos. Eso en realidad es así. Nosotros acá en la provincia de Salta estamos más marginados que no sé por qué. Queremos vivir, mejorar la vida y calidad de la vida, ¿no?
What do you think the future of Bufotenine is, or do you think it even has a future?
If there is any future for Bufotenine and for Seville, I hope people use it with respect and understand that it's not just to play, that plant is not for that. Many times shamans say, and the plants say, that they talk and try to learn us, but we can't hear. So they're tired. I hope that in the future, Bufotenine and Seville will help us to start to listen better. If you are going to have a relationship with the plant, you have to go where the plant wants you to go.
Oh, Hamilton! I know this fucking guy. You're the legend, you didn't boof it, man. You didn't boof it! You didn't boof it! Hello! You went all the way to Argentina and that's what happens? Fucking.
Could you tell me more about the traditional medicines used by the Wichi, the tea that you mentioned, as well as the seeds of the Sibil tree?
Alucinógeno.
Hallucinógeno.
Sí, ellos acá le llaman iniciar ese ritual de curar. Vale, todo es posible, qué sé yo, la mente del ser humano es tan poderosa que vale todo. Acá, si bien nosotros no tenemos una gran medicina, ellos tienen conocimiento casi de todas las plantas medicinales dentro de la zona, del área que ellos.
And do you think there's a conflict between the sort of medicine that you practice and the traditional medicine of the Wichi shamans?
Tuve un caso de una chica que convulsionó y cayó en el fuego, una brasa. Se quemó parte de la mano y en la pierna. Iba en moto día por medio para curar. Bueno, el padre curaba con la medicina alternativa que ellos tenían. Entonces yo le dije, yo voy a curar con mi medicina y tú vas a curar con tu medicina. Y yo curé el brazo, pero lo mío quedó feo, así. Y el de él quedó mejor. Ellos usaron su medicina y bueno, quedó mejor que la mía. Pero son cosas vivencias que hemos pasado acá. Se está perdiendo mucho el conocimiento de ellos, porque los viejos, bueno, que tienen las informaciones esas van desapareciendo. Pero del curar, de la información que tiene el chamán, de usar las semillas esas, eso no es que la van a pasar la información a cualquiera de ellos del grupo. Ellos transmiten esas informaciones al que cree que tiene el poder de curar.
Is there something special about this location? It seems very hostile. There's insects and animals everywhere. Why do you think that people were occupying this particular space?
Ahora, para la gente del pasado, la gente que vive hace 2000 años, probablemente hay que mirarlo desde otro lugar. Este es un valle muy rico, tenés una diversidad, una biodiversidad altísima, tiene fauna, o sea, mucha fauna que se puede cazar, tiene el río que se pesca. Si uno lo mira desde otro enfoque, tal vez desde los ojos de esta gente, este sería el paraíso, sería el lugar ideal.
Dragon fruit.
Ajá. Esta se llama ucle, se come, comestible.
Es delicioso.
Es cuando ya está bien maduro, adquiere un color morado, violeta, oscuro, rojo. Y se comen, son muy dulces, mucha semilla tiene.
Many seeds.
Yes. Por acá, mira, seguime. Este sería el sector donde te mostraba que habíamos encontrado los 3 entierros. Acá tenés un fragmento, por ejemplo, que está apareciendo, está en su lugar, en su posición, en el perfil de excavación. No se va a ver mucho material. Acá tenemos un fragmento lítico también, y este sería un fragmento de un pedazo de pared, digamos, de algún recipiente. Se trata, en este caso, de un fragmento relativamente pequeño de una cerámica de cocción oxidante, o sea, naranjada, de color naranja. ¿Ves? Que este color lo da la misma cocción de la pieza. Esto no tiene pintura, es así porque tiene que ver con la forma en que fue cocinada. Y al ser tratada de una manera destaralizada, digamos, podemos suponer, y ausencia tal vez de hollín o algo, podemos suponer que se trataba de una pieza que no fue utilizada para cocción, sino más bien almacenamiento o procesamiento de algún recurso vegetal o animal incluido, probablemente.
Tu veux dire Dieu, tu veux dire Iboga. L'Iboga est Dieu.
I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain.
If tramadol is found to be of natural origin, would this be the greatest discovery of your career?
Yes, absolutely. The story started in 2011. We hosted one PhD student from Cameroon. At that time, he was working on a plant called Nuclea latifolia. In the traditional medicine in Africa, the roots are used for the treatment of many pathologies, including diabetes, malaria, neurological disorders, and also as a painkiller.
I was quite excited to investigate his medicinal plant that is used in Cameroon, a natural tree in Africa that is used since maybe centuries. The hope is that you are discovering a new compound. That's the reason why you start this project.
So you have a traditional plant that's been used for hundreds of years. You have the sample. So then what's the next step?
So we ground the roots to get the powder and then mix them with the methanol. But after some work of purification and chemical identification, we identified that tramadol was present in the roots of this plant.
Tramadol?
Yes.
Well, you must have been amazed to have found what was thought to be an entirely artificial, synthetic substance.
Yes.
Something that was thought to have been discovered in a German pharmaceutical company in the 1960s. Was also the active principle in a medicinal plant that had been used for generations in West Africa.
Yeah, it's a striking finding. When we discovered this compound,
For me, it was a mental, let's say, revolution as a scientist. It means that by pure coincidence, you discover the compound that is man-made and that is present in nature. For me, there was no former experience or even in the literature of any kind of similar parallel.
So after this research, we decided to publish our work.
When we did discover tramadol as a natural product, it was a very provocative demonstration that indeed what we call generally the recipes of the grandmothers, traditional medicine has a value.
But that doesn't make sense. It is a surface contamination. I was always interested in contamination, and there was an article in the very well-known journal Angewandte Chemie, and one of my friends told me, have a look at this. Of course, when first reading the article, we were also excited, but immediately we had some doubts. For instance, the amount of tramadol they could detect was 0.4%, and that is an extremely high percentage of the tramadol.
So you did find tramadol in Nuclea latifolia, but you also found it throughout the environment, evidence that it was not natural.
Yes. We found tramadol in very different plants from different genetic origin. It cannot be that all of a sudden tramadol is produced by plants from very different origin. It is a surface contamination. Our interpretation of the high concentration was, and we could prove this by interviews with farmers, that tramadol is also given to cows to tolerate the extreme heat in the far north of Cameroon. These animals excreted the tramadol. We found not only the tramadol, but the mammalian metabolites. It's also giving you another hint that the excreta was, in our case, from the cows.
Cows addicted to tramadol. Your interpretation is almost equally strange.
You know, for us, all the story was like a crime, yeah, an exciting crime story.
It's certainly an odd claim. If a farmer were to give their cow tramadol with the idea that this would allow them to work harder, then the cow would become addicted to tramadol.
Yeah, I guess yes. A cattle addiction to tramadol, that would be an interesting concept, yeah. It just doesn't make economic sense to give them to cattle to resist the heat, at especially high doses. I don't see the logic about it.
If it's not cows, how would you explain the detection of tramadol in other plant species that aren't Nauclea latifolia?
The trees where we took the samples are full of monkeys, they're just eating the fruits. And their urine can go onto the soil as well.
If maybe there is some tramadol in the fruits, and if the monkey eats the tramadol from the fruits, and then now they can pollute the soil.
Okay, there are some monkeys around there, and they like to eat fruits like the fruits from Nuclea, but this idea with monkeys is very strange.
It's really one of the best science mysteries I've ever encountered. And did you consider the possibility of anthropogenic contamination when you were working on the original research?
No, to be honest, I still don't consider it.
I believe at one point the scientist has to conclude and say, okay, that's the explanation this way or this way.
It does seem unlikely to me that tramadol is biosynthesized by plants, but it seems almost equally unlikely that it's a product of widespread use by cattle. Have you considered the possibility that maybe you're both wrong?
I would say we are approaching this problem from different sides with different experimental setups, and we couldn't agree upon a common interpretation of the data.
We're in a sewer right now. And I imagine that you're familiar with the idea of the Anthropocene, an era dominated by the influence of humans on the environment. As a result of human activity, it's becoming increasingly difficult to define exactly what's natural. Do you think in the future this natural-synthetic dichotomy is going to dissolve completely?
Yeah.
We have polluted the environment with so many chemicals. There are urinary metabolites of cocaine and antidepressants in the municipal water supplies of pretty much every major country. I think we're going to see more and more cases like this in the future as our environment continues to be contaminated. It may even change the biosynthesis of natural products.
So I guess, yes, there is an environmental response and adaptation to human activities. Plants, organisms are adapting to the new environment, which is man-made.
In Africa, what's amazing is that tramadol is used as a drug, as a narcotic drug.
Tons of tramadol, maybe from India, is imported. This use of tramadol in these high quantities all over Western Africa.
We head to Cameroon, where the country is facing an opioid crisis. For years, abuse of tramadol, a painkiller, has gone unchecked by international agencies.
Don't abuse tramadol. Don't abuse tramadol. Stop. Don't abuse tramadol.
Pour moi, c'est le meilleur parce que
Make you stop tramadol. Why you did? Why you did?
moi, je consomme le tramadol. Je fais dans les puits d'eau, les fosses et les puisoirs. Il y a des zones où je pars à 20 mètres. Oh oui, c'est vraiment un travail. C'est un travail risqué parce que bon. Quand je prenais un comprimé de tramadol, je transpirais, je travaillais, je ne ressentais pas la fatigue peut-être. Il faut toujours bouger le corps. Je suis forcé peut-être à faire quelque chose.
Do you think it's a problem? Would you consider taking a boga to stop?
Le désir, bon, pas pour le moment. Je n'ai pas encore senti le désir d'arrêter. Et je me dis même peut-être que le jour où je serai dans un cercueil, j'aurai peut-être un comprimé dans une poche. C'est ma veste. Donc c'est un peu ça.
J'ai un ami qui prenait vraiment. Bon, pour lui, il prenait juste pour se faire plaisir. Mais lui, bon, il a été au niveau où il arrivait à l'overdose. Sa mère l'a amené une fois dans un truc de désintoxication plusieurs fois. Mais là, il replongeait toujours.
Rocky arrive ici, il a dit, maman, aidez-moi, je vous en supplie, je veux sortir de la drogue. La maman lui a dit, il faut dès aujourd'hui que tu commences à en consommer de l'iboga. L'iboga est une plante qui est venue sauver le monde. La drogue innée, la drogue de Dieu, c'est-à-dire la dépendance, ça va t'enlever l'envie.
Je suis habité rien que par de mauvaises pensées. Je suis étudiant en droit à l'université Omar Bongo. Ben, ça fait 2 ans que j'ai arrêté là-bas. Dès que je prends 2 comprimés, 3 comprimés de Tramadol, automatiquement mon esprit change. Et ces pensées, c'est soit de faire du mal à l'autre, soit me faire du mal à moi-même, ou encore à mon entourage. Devenir accro au Tramadol, lorsqu'on a pris une fois, l'envie finit par s'installer.
Because most of the African continent doesn't have a history with opioids, I understand that the introduction of Tramadol has been especially difficult.
Le Tramadol n'est pas bien pour la société.
Le Tramadol, ce n'est pas fabriqué par nous, ni par notre nature. Ça vient de l'extérieur.
Is there a difference between something that is artificial, that is made by humans, and something that is botanical, that occurs as part of nature?
Les autres drogues qui sont fabriquées à partir des éléments de la nature n'agissent pas comme le Tramadol. Maintenant, l'iboga est une drogue innée, le père de toutes les drogues. On reçoit tous ces cas-là. Quelqu'un qui est venu parce qu'il est devenu alcoolique. L'autre est venu parce qu'il n'arrive plus à se concentrer. Drogué par le téléphone. Que rester là tous les jours avec le téléphone. Moi, j'ai interdit à mes enfants. Et l'unique chose qui régularise ça, ce n'est que de l'iboga.
L'iboga est une plante que Dieu nous a donnée. Ici au Gabon, l'iboga pousse. Et ça a des effets vraiment qui sont vraiment très bien. Escargot. Du fruit de l'iboga.
It's like a cucumber. It has a cucumber-like flavor and texture, I would say. Not bitter, or not very bitter at all. Are you ever concerned that all of the iboga might disappear?
L'iboga ne doit pas disparaître. Au Gabon, ça c'est ce que Dieu nous a donné. Donc la connaissance est là-dedans. Si des gens nous demandent de faire disparaître ça, c'est de demander aux Gabonais de disparaître.
La vérité, on ne l'a pas sur le tapis rouge. La vérité, on l'a en mangeant le bois sacré qui est.
L'initiation, c'est une nouvelle naissance. Voilà comment je résume ce que j'ai fait en 4 jours pour m'initier.
C'est pendant 4 jours, de mercredi à dimanche. Vous ne mangez que l'iboga et vous ne prenez que de l'eau. On commence à vous administrer l'iboga mercredi. Le jeudi, c'est le jour de sacrifice.
Et à la tombe, nous enlevons les impurités de chair.
3e jour, le vendredi, on vous nettoie, lavez quelqu'un dans une rivière. Le samedi, on vous lave, on vous habille en blanc. Et vous devez sortir votre première parole. Dimanche, vous avez votre premier repas. Et on peut commencer à vous remettre sur pied. Et je confirme. L'iboga, c'est quelque chose qui désenvoûte, qui purifie.
Prend la chair, on prend les os. Parce que nous, on appelle pas ça écorce, on appelle l'os de l'iboga. L'iboga fraîchement récolté, qui est en poudre comme celle qu'on a consommée durant les 5 jours de la veillée.
Quand vous arrivez dans un temple de Boursier, tout se passe dans les règles et les normes fondamentales que Dieu a créées. C'est organisé. Ça ne se fait pas au hasard.
Donc nous avons toute cette organisation-là. Le temple est composé normalement de 12 membres.
Qui viennent faire l'expérience naturellement, enfant ou grand. Le cas de Reiki, c'est la drogue. On dit bonsoir à tout le monde et à tous nos invités. Bonsoir. Nous sommes là pour une grande cérémonie. Mon nom d'esprit, c'est moi, le roi David. Je suis le vétéran de ce temple, le chef de village. Et je ne suis pas seul. J'ai une épouse qui s'appelle, dit, nommée la reine Mélézo spirituellement. Et bonne soirée à tous et bonne guérison pour les malades. Merci.
Parce que lorsque on initie quelqu'un, il fait au moins 5 jours sans manger quoi que ce soit. On ne lui donne que de l'iboga et de l'eau. cette forte dose-là, parce qu'il leur faut de l'énergie pour pouvoir tenir toute la nuit. Donc, comme tout médicament, il y a la posologie. Les bébés nouveau-nés, il y a des doses qui sont réparties. Je suis un médecin très complet. Donc il faut donner d'autres plantes pour permettre à ce qu'il y ait une bonne circulation, pas de blessures. Par exemple, la liane bruyante.
L'Iboga, à travers les initiations, vous montre votre véritable destin, vous montre le chemin à suivre.
Le bouti est un culte voué au Créateur. Que lorsque les colons arrivent, nous trouvent en train de pratiquer nos cultes, ils les ont traités de diaboliques.
The French colonists opposed the Iboga religion. Why did you incorporate aspects of Christianity into your religion?
Chacun de nous agit selon la volonté de Dieu. Tu n'as pas besoin d'aller rester dans l'église catholique pour dire que tu sers Dieu.
Tel que nous avons des caméramans, nous avons des chercheurs, nous avons des journalistes, nous avons des navigateurs, nous avons des cosmonautes, nous avons tout dans l'Iboga.
La religion de l'Iboga a eu son commencement en brousse chez les Pygmées.
On va faire ici. Donc vendredi, on les réchauffe d'abord pour leur redonner de l'énergie. On va d'abord chauffer les malades. Ce lavage, le but du lavage, c'est d'enlever toutes les impuretés. Donc ça soigne. Toute la saleté là doit partir Una mamlato, nani mrawo le zambe ngala ko mangambo kai. Mane ko mangambo kai. Yeah. Amin so. Sana ben. Comme l'eau doit descendre avec l'eau de la rivière était laissée pure, propre. Le monde parle de et cette même terre, si on ne la préserve pas, elle va repartir dans ses eaux. Et puis, on les ramène, on continue le processus de l'initiation. Le asylum. Cette partie s'appelle la tombe. Rocky est d'abord passé par. Les deux enfants couchés ici sont constamment malades hospitalisés. Leur maman, elle les a amenés pour soigner.
Le jeudi, c'est jour de sacrifice. Il y a la tombe, nous enlevons les impuretés de chair.
On enterre ses problèmes, on enterre ses difficultés, on enterre ses maladies. Quand il revient le matin, tout ça là est resté dans la tombe.
Le samedi, on vous lave, on vous habille en blanc. Vous devez sortir votre première parole. Est-ce qu'un arbre peut rester en vie avec ses branches sans racines pivotantes?
Puis nous donnons de l'ibogaine en eau là aux chiens.
To dogs?
Oui,
Aux chiens?
les chiens. Pour qu'ils soient toujours éveillés, courageux, pour qu'ils puissent surveiller le village. Moi, j'ai mes rayons X naturels. Dès que je regarde quelqu'un, je lui vois jusqu'à l'intérieur de lui. On voit à quel niveau se situe son mal. Là où la médecine occidentale, chez les grands scientifiques, se sont arrêtés. Ibogaine passe par là.
J'en ai vu beaucoup de miracles. Dieu a créé les choses telles que ça a été fait. J'ai toujours donné l'exemple d'une ampoule. L'ampoule qui fait la représentation de Dieu, la grandeur, créateur. Mais si vous allez derrière cette ampoule, vous allez vous faire électrocuter. Mais il faut que le monde en sache ce que l'Iboga peut faire comme merveille.
L'initiation nécessite à voir et revoir des choses qu'on ne pouvait voir avec l'œil. C'est pas comme du chanvre, c'est pas comme des cobolos ou encore d'autres drogues comme la cocaïne ou l'héroïne ou je sais pas trop. Il y a vraiment une grande différence entre ces drogues-là et l'ibogaine.
Du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest, de l'Afrique, l'Europe, l'Asie, l'Amérique, l'Antarctique, l'Océanie. Il faut faire les pépinières. L'iboga, c'est elle qui va te révéler tout ce qui est en toi.
Sérieusement, c'est le cœur qui m'a guidé ici. De pouvoir traverser et de pouvoir voir ce que l'œil nu ne peut pas voir. L'ibogaine, j'ai vu ça comme la chair du Christ. J'ai mangé le bois, ça s'est bien passé. J'espère vraiment trouver une nouvelle vie avec ma famille, mes amis, de rentrer à nouveau chez moi. Mais avec l'initiation que je viens de terminer, je suis né à nouveau. Et le fait d'être né à nouveau sous-entend dire par là qu'il faut changer les mauvaises habitudes. Parce que j'ai perdu déjà beaucoup d'années. Concernant mes études universitaires, c'est vraiment ce que je demande à Dieu, de me permettre de pouvoir continuer ce que j'ai laissé avec un bon cœur et avec vraiment beaucoup de détermination. Je sais que ce sera compliqué, mais je suis sûr que ça va aller.
I was an atheist when I was growing up, and I became suicidally depressed as a result of my worldview. And it wasn't until I attempted suicide that I realized I have to be responsible for my life. And so I tried Ibogaine, and it caused me to question my atheist worldview. The Ibogaine seemed to be used by God to put me in the right place. There are ways that people can seek to know more about God if they want to, and one of those ways is to use certain drugs. Unfortunately, Iboga has always been endangered, and that caused me to be interested in continuing my research on producing Ibogaine from something that wasn't endangered. Fortunately, in West Africa, there are farms that produce Wakanga trees, and there's already a commercial need for those trees. And so I didn't even have to wild harvest to obtain a semi-pure form of Ibogaine that's perfectly usable in addiction treatment.
So the purpose of this is sustainability.
Yes, it was for the sake of the Iboga shrub and for the sake of people who need Ibogaine, because if Iboga goes, then so does its alkaloids. This is a bag of Wakanga bark that came from Ghana. The first step is to take the powdered bark and extract them with dilute acid. And this bark contains a great deal of alkaloid. It's about 15% by weight in alkaloids. The bark is filtered through cloth. I came up with a different method, a low-tech method, something that would be within the reach of people without a lot of chemical training. The total alkaloids are precipitated with ammonia, which make it basic, and filtered through very large coffee filter paper. So as you can see, this is quite wet.
What would you say to somebody that told you that the Ibogaine that you produce is not real Ibogaine? It's fundamentally different from Iboga-derived Ibogaine.
Ibogaine that's created using Wakanga, scientifically they're the same substance and they would be undistinguishable. And the pure substance is the pure substance regardless of how you got there. So at that point you may as well realize that it doesn't matter which plant they come from. They're equally beneficial.
So you don't think there could be any detectable difference between the botanical Ibogaine and synthetically produced Ibogaine?
Questions like this it seems like a mixture of spiritual beliefs and scientific ones. I do have a spiritual system of beliefs that is separate from a scientific set of beliefs. But it's like the difference between believing something when you're dreaming and believing something when you're awake. There's no connection between the two. And trying to mire the two in these debates I just see it as unproductive. The alkaloid is dried and powdered and extracted with straight vinegar. And I'm pouring it into an emulsion of 100 milliliters of toluene to extract the Wakangine out of this with the toluene. Hydrochloric acid to extract the Wakangine that this toluene contains. This is hexane, 0.4 grams of sodium acetate mixed with vinegar. So there's our product. We're going to separate the Wakangine from everything that likes to precipitate from acetone. Now I'm going to add hydrochloric acid to precipitate the impurities from the Wakangine. Yellow precipitate. Drop it in. So this crystalline Wakangine is converted to Ibogaine by refluxing it in alcohol and potassium hydroxide. This is the petroleum naphtha extract of Wakanga recovered alkaloid. There's a couple large seed crystals. And drop those in. So this crystalline Wakangine is converted to Ibogaine by refluxing it in potassium hydroxide in alcohol, and that gives Ibogaine as a pure compound available for other people to use, treating addiction of various kinds.
I was speaking with scientists who are debating the possibility of widespread use of tramadol by cattle. And if that's truly occurring, do you think that a cow would consume iboga as a treatment for their addiction?
Well, it seems like a much different problem than we have with people because the cattle aren't giving themselves tramadol. It's being given to them. So I would think that the thing that needs to change is the administration of tramadol to the cattle. But I suppose if it works in rats and people, that Ibogaine would probably treat addiction in cattle as well. Yes.
wanna die? You wanna die? Do you wanna die? Where you dey abuse Tramadol? Do you wanna die?
Je vends les médicaments depuis 8 ans. Je vends ça aux éleveurs et aux mototaximans, aux agriculteurs. Je vends ça tout. Puisque les médicaments ci est très bon. Donc, les gens qui prennent disent que les médicaments ci est très bon, c'est que tu m'avais donné l'avant-hier. Il faut me donner encore. Nous achetons les médicaments dans les grands marchés, dans des boutiques, et ce qui se place sur les bancs, partout, il y a tout.
Bon, les éleveurs viennent de partout. Donc ici, je suis comme le directeur. Je vends le produit, je fais les opérations et les soins aussi des animaux ici. Donc je prodigue des conseils nécessaires à mes éleveurs, soit à mes clients. Bon, le tramadol, il y a les éleveurs de chevaux viennent chez moi ne serait-ce que demander ce produit. Et c'est un produit humain. Mais le tramadol qu'on utilise chez les animaux, soi-disant pour les labours, soi-disant pour doper un animal, vraiment ça c'est des conseils et ça aura un effet néfaste lors de la défécation de l'animal dans la nature. Bien sûr, les éleveurs qui utilisent ne serait-ce que le tramadol aura vraiment des effets secondaires sur la nature, auront des problèmes à la longue et la nature aussi subira de ces conséquences. Je ne sais pas comment on l'utilise chez les animaux. Vraiment, c'est des conseils. C'est quelque chose qui est utilisé pour les humains. Mais normalement, lui-même aussi ne devrait même pas utiliser son produit. Je crois bien que c'est déconseillé.
Premier musicien de Dieu. Adam et Ève avaient joué les mêmes instruments quand la chasse l'égoïsme. L'iboga des embouts.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. This is the structure of LSD that we published with the 5-HT2B receptor. Oh, there's LSD.
Oh, wow.
So you dropped acid. That's like, how does that little tiny thing stabilize the active state of the receptor and then have all these effects on human consciousness? So we just got this structure. This is brand new. No one in the world has ever seen this outside my lab. This is the holy grail of hallucinogen action right here. We have caught the hallucinogen in this stage of activating the receptor at atomic resolution.
Is this the first crystal structure?
This is a cryo-EM structure, the very first, yes. The only, as far as I know.
5-HT2A is the most important receptor in the action of serotonergic psychedelics, but its precise confirmation in the presence of an agonist like LSD has eluded scientists for decades. For the first time, the structure of the LSD-bound 5-HT2A receptor has been elucidated using cryogenic electron microscopy and X-ray crystallography. With the target now known, thousands of new psychedelics can be designed from the bottom up, ushering in a new era of psychedelic research.
When I grew up, it was very isolated. I left school at 16 because the nuns wouldn't give me books about Buddhism. So I studied that. I studied classical Arabic. Art was always my thing. Then I turned on to cannabis when I was 16. LSD when I was 22. And then when I was 23, I had a life change. In as much as a trauma and then a love affair. And the love affair came with the added advantage of immensely important new knowledge. And it was knowledge which enabled me to practice how to live at that level of consciousness that I had always aspired to.
A full drop?
I do normally a full drop. The tragedy of prohibition was that people stopped talking about LSD. I felt this is just a mistake society's making. And so I thought, we have to first change drug policy and get it based on scientific evidence, because without that, one's not going to be allowed to do the research. I'll do it through the best science. So that was my intention at the beginning of the 70s. My thing is to put it on my hand and lick it. But if you prefer to put it on a bit of paper, you can divide it in two.
I see. That's an interesting technique.
The research that we're now doing is showing amazingly how a psychedelic, in this case LSD, increases the connectivity, increases the function, etc. It does help one thing. If you don't feel it, let me know.
Okay.
How do these things change our very basic consciousness?
People have attempted to understand and study consciousness through art, through writing novels, through music, through philosophy, through all sorts of different processes. Why use science as a way of studying consciousness?
Well, my natural way would be the other ways. I mean, altered states of consciousness, extraordinary experiences, are very fascinating to study, but they're very difficult to study. I mean, I know telepathy exists because I had this passionate love affair with a pigeon who I brought up from a baby. And he fixated and fell madly in love with me, and I with him. That was the beginning of one of the most meaningful relationships in my life. He had two main emotions, which was passionate love and hateful jealousy. He hastened my partner out of the room every day and then came back and settled the conquest in the bed. And his whole thing was getting me to passionately cuddle him. And he was hypnotic. You know, he had a call which you actually couldn't resist. And this would go on and rising. And then finally you find yourself unable not to go and have a cuddle for half an hour. Very hot air. And she'd kiss my pupils. Incredibly delicate little tiny kisses. Love-making, sweet. I mean, it's just enchanting how he'd do it with the sound. It was a very kind of complete love. And he'd always be somewhere and swooping off. He's a great bird, adrenal. And he could never make out why I didn't go with him. Pathetic cripple, human cripple who couldn't fly. My life would have been very different without Birdie, because I would have done all sorts of things like marry Bart. I never did, because Birdie wouldn't have liked me moving to Holland. Because one couldn't take Birdie to Holland, then he could never go out. I learned the science through Bart Hookes. He made LSD in his mother's kitchen, and she threw it away and they had to make it all again. And that was LSD which turned on Europe. And it got to me in London, and then I took it and really thought, this is amazing. Through meeting that scientist, a great genius, and a long and marvelously productive love affair with him, that I then enabled myself to get high and work with LSD. It's a natural product. It's made from ergot, which is a mold on rye, which the witches used to collect to make their magic brew.
There's a fungus. It's like the mold that grows on bread. Only this fungus grows on wheat and it grows on rye. One of the byproducts of this fungus is a group of chemical compounds made up of several different chemical constituents, and all of these constituents have a powerful effect on the body. And these effects vary all over the map, from everything from causing an abortion to curing a migraine headache. Now, anytime you have a naturally occurring compound that has powerful physiologic effects, people in the drug industry, drug researchers, will be looking at these molecules. They'll be trying to modify them, to change them, to see if they can change the effects that are produced, to make them safer. They look for a lot of things.
This sclerotium is one of many stages in the life cycle of ergot, a parasitic fungus that infects grasses around the world. It will eventually fall to the ground, overwinter, and in the spring, ascospores will infect future fields of grain. The alkaloids contained within ergot can be used to synthesize a variety of psychedelics, chief among them LSD. Given how fluorescent these lysergamides are, I assumed that I'd be able to visualize them with an ultraviolet light, but they didn't fluoresce at all.
Correct. Yeah, the ergot sclerotia are like little pebbles. You cannot see the fluorescence from the outside. You have to extract the alkaloids. There are all kinds of pigments that have evolved presumably to protect the ergot alkaloids from ultraviolet light. I was always interested in the idea of microorganisms that we cannot see very well, and that chemicals that those microorganisms produce can affect us on a societal level.
And when you say affect us on a societal level, are you referring to LSD?
That chemical has certainly had a profound effect on our society. All the ergot alkaloid pathways start the same through the first 4 steps that we know of. The critical branch point is at chenoclavian aldehyde. Without the double bond, they're dihydroergot alkaloid producers. With a double bond, they're lysergic acid derivative producers.
And this has been the major effort of your career, is to figure this out.
Yes, figuring out the steps in the pathway and then also trying to understand biological function of these alkaloids.
The alkaloids that are hydrolyzed to produce lysergic acid are extremely difficult to synthesize, and Without ergot, LSD would have probably never been discovered. So how does the fungus accomplish what is so difficult for human chemists?
Fungi are pretty amazing in terms of the chemistry they can conduct, and you can find all kinds of unknown biosynthetic pathways in a fungus genetically that have never been found chemically yet. And there are things you can do to wake the fungus up to make them produce chemicals. One interesting example is the fungus that is used in making brie and camembert cheeses, Penicillium camemberti. We were surprised to find all the genes required to make an ergot alkaloid.
Oh, wow.
That fungus was domesticated really in the last couple of hundred years from another wild Penicillium species, and that wild Penicillium species still produces the ergot alkaloid.
Wow. And do you think it could be induced? Could you produce a camembert that contains psychedelic lysergamides?
It would take some genetic engineering, but it wouldn't be that difficult.
Why do you think the fungus would choose this sort of host? Yeah. What benefit would it have?
I mean, the fungus has the benefit of a relatively competition-free source of high-quality carbon. In return, the fungus is providing protection from herbivores. If we inject it in insects, it will kill the insects. If we remove the ergot alkaloids, the fungus can no longer kill the insect.
Do you think they enjoy the effect?
They hate it. When they're dying, they either just quit trying or they'll squirm in a circle, writhe uncontrollably.
You don't think they're writhing in joy?
No, I highly doubt that.
It seems like just an amazing compound from a drug design standpoint. It's almost like it was built perfectly for that receptor. You couldn't ask for a better fit. And there's something really miraculous about that. The incredible potency of some lysergamides or other fungal alkaloids like psilocybin tends to promote this sort of misconception that these things must have been made for us because they have such dramatic effects in the human mind. But that's almost certainly not the case.
Correct. It's hard to come up with an argument or a case where intoxicating humans was in some way beneficial to a fungus. Fungi themselves are out there competing with insects and other fungi and other bacteria for resources. I would say that the ergot alkaloids are most likely originated as ways of deterring or killing insects. We share neurotransmitters with insects, therefore we are affected by the same chemicals in different ways.
While a diverse array of fungi produce ergolines for defense against insects, humans have also been victims of ergot poisoning for most of recorded history. High doses of contaminated rye led to instances of gangrenous ergotism and death.
It's a matter of dosage. In the cases where people suffered from ergotism, they were on a diet that was primarily rye bread. And if the amount of ergot to grain was greater than 1%, then they could suffer these symptoms. With a diversified diet, people are unlikely to suffer these things.
Do you think that there's a reason that LSD-type lysergamides never appear in nature?
I'm going to guess in an ecological setting that they provided no advantage to the producing fungus.
The ergoline scaffold is found in so many different forms of life. Why would it appear in a sea squirt and a morning glory endophyte and an entomopathogenic fungus and a fungus that infects grasses?
In many cases where we see chemicals that we associate with fungi otherwise, and then we suddenly see it pop up in an animal or a plant, when people look hard enough, they find a symbiotic fungus that is the real source of the chemical. Serotonin receptors, dopamine receptors are common to lots of animals. The ergot alkaloids interact with those receptors and produce an effect that provides an advantage to the producing organism.
This is a beautiful topiary. It almost looks like the sporulating structure on an ergot sclerotium.
Ah. It does see that. Don't see that. I think the freedom to explore your own consciousness is your personal right, whether they call it a Eucharist or a medicine, or just something to make them see more beauty. You're cheating beauty if you go and see it in a way without enhancing your potential to see beauty. My partner, Bart Huges, I think in an experiment at the university, took LSD, and then he thought this is really incredible and started thinking about what is the physiological underpinning of these states. And so that had always been my passion, but it became also, and it got a new grounding with the hypothesis about the fall of man, the fall of blood from the brain with the upright position.
Wow, I've been wanting to read these for a really long time.
Have you?
Yes. They're impossible to find.
Yeah. He saw a friend of his stand on his head at a party. And he said, why are you doing that? And he said, to get more blood in my brain. And he suddenly realized because blood is heavier than cerebrospinal fluid, pushes it down. It's to do with gravity. Our upright position came with a certain loss of blood from the brain capillaries, so there was less brain function, simultaneous activity. By creating an expansion window in this closed system, the skull, the blood blows up to a different level. The pressure of the heartbeat results in a higher volume of blood in the brain capillaries.
So amazing.
He was very brilliant. Bart got thrown out of England and wasn't allowed to get back in, although he'd never committed a crime in his life. His only crime was to say that LSD is a very... some journalist interviewed him, and I can't remember what he said. He said it's an extremely interesting compound which we should research or something. And he called his daughter marijuana.
He named his daughter Marijuana?
Yeah. And that was enough to get him exterminated from the English borders for the next 20 years.
And was the trepanation also controversial at that time?
It wasn't a crime. You couldn't really use drugs then. They were much more taboo than trepanation, funnily enough. Interestingly, trepanation has been done throughout the world independently. Whether it was in Peru or Tibet, it was a very accepted thing. And now it's not accepted, just as psychedelics were impossible to research for 20 years, 30 years. Now I'm finding trepanation impossible to research because it's really difficult to get ethical approval. It's so easy to do the research into trepanation, it is mad that it's not done. I mean, that's the crazy thing. I've got plenty of people who'd volunteer to be trepanned.
Was there any interaction between trepanation and LSD? For example, did LSD feel different after trepanation than it did before?
Yes, I would say there was. Taking a psychedelic like LSD is a big shift to the system. I think the cultures where you find trepanation were cultures where they used to take psychoactive substances. And I think the people who were trepanned were often the priest caste. You can see that. They were the people with special burials. And the priest caste were the caste who took the psychoactive substances. So I think they were related. I think they're in the same spectrum. I love the brain. I've always been fascinated by consciousness. I set up the Beckley Imperial Research Program to study psychedelics with Dave Nutt. We did the first study with psilocybin, which showed it could treat depression, and the first brain imaging study with LSD, and now the first brain imaging study with DMT, and a lot of interesting studies.
I was able to make MDMA for Rick Doblin, and I made Strassman's DMT, and I made the psilocybin for the Johns Hopkins studies. The substances were not available. Nobody would make them. They were prohibitively expensive. None of this would have been happening. I feel really privileged because I was able to enable what's now being called this renaissance. It's pretty, huh?
Amazing.
This is the normal lysergamide, and this is the ISO that follows it. So I'm going to see if I can cut that a little bit, get a good clean sample of the first one out. So now it's just a waiting game. Cool thing about working with lysergamides is if you spill it, see my glove there?
Ha! Once one of the only chemists in the United States licensed to produce LSD, Nichols is now retired, but continues to synthesize psychedelics at UNC Chapel Hill. His illustrious career, spanning the synthesis of hundreds of novel compounds, is now winding down with one final creation, a nitrogen mustard derivative of nor-LSD he calls C-Lad.
Is there any compound that you've wanted to synthesize, you just couldn't figure out a way to do it?
Well, for a long time it was this one.
Nichols' psychedelic nitrogen mustard would form an electrophilic aziridinium ion that he hopes would alkylate a mutant 5-HT2A receptor, forming an irreversible bond that could facilitate study of the drug receptor complex.
It seems like these lysergamides are pretty close to perfect. Do you think there's a lot of room for improvement?
If the duration of action and the potency is related to being trapped in the receptor, you might be able to get high-potency ligands that didn't get trapped, that wouldn't have such a long duration of action. And they might be more useful for therapy.
Right.
It's an interesting time, because there are a lot of players are getting into the field now.
Yeah.
Including some big pharma people trying to see how they can make money.
It happens so quickly.
Yeah. But I spent my whole life in this field and never thought we'd get to the point we are now in my lifetime. All of a sudden, it's, oh, these things really work. Now they have medical potential. I don't think it's going to be that straightforward, but there are opportunists jumping in. That's kind of surprised me.
David Nichols has synthesized more psychedelic compounds than almost any other chemist in history, maybe the most. He's made enormous contributions to the pharmacological understanding of how psychedelics act in the brain, and he's a real legend among anyone who cares about the science surrounding psychedelics.
Okay. Nothing fantastic. I don't make any money playing the flute.
That was great.
In high school, I was kind of the chemistry geek. I figured out how to make an improved stink bomb that wasn't dangerous and things like that.
What was it?
Well, you know, the classic stink bomb was iron sulfide and acid, and I didn't want to carry a bottle of acid around. I thought that was a little dangerous. So then I eventually came to the discovery that aluminum sulfide was reactive enough that water was acidic enough to generate hydrogen sulfide. So if you were in that room, you start going, what's that smell? So, you know, stuff like that. Things you can't do today. I mean, at that time, you could go in there and buy saltpeter and powdered charcoal and sulfur and make gunpowder, and the pharmacist would just wink at you. Cincinnati is a very conservative place. All the things that were happening on the West Coast were not happening in Cincinnati. They actually had a street that was full of hippie shops, and the police went up and they just declared them all fire hazards and shut them all down and got them out of there. They didn't want any kind of hippie influence in Cincinnati. Not that I was a hippie, because my parents were really conservative. I think my father had PTSD. Spare the rod and spoil the child. So I developed an anti-authoritarian attitude from a rebellion against my father. Some friends in high school started smoking reefer. Smoking what? Reefer, marijuana, man. You guys are going to get addicted. And they start laughing at me. So I went to a bookstore in Cincinnati, used bookstore, and I still have the book. It's called Solomons Manual of Pharmacology. And I read the chapter in there that talked about cannabis. I said, there's nothing to it. It's not addictive. It's harmless. I said, well, this is not what I'm hearing on the radio all the time. So I was like their consultant, I guess, on all things drugs. So then I thought, well, you know, this is cool. I should go to school and learn about these more.
I know that it's controversial to talk about personal experience, but I also know that this is something that has informed your research. Are there personal experiences that you would want to share that might illuminate some of this?
I did have an experience early on where I closed my eyes and I was projected outside the universe. And the universe was so far away, it was just a dim green glow off in the distance. And I still remember that. It was very powerful. I said, oh, the whole purpose of the universe was to bring forth life. I suppose if you could set up a society, an ideal way, and had kind of a rite of passage, which is what like a lot of primitive societies do, and they put them through some pretty grueling things sometimes to wipe out all the abuse they've gotten as children. I think a lot of people could probably benefit from a psychedelic experience sometime in their lives. It seems to me like there's a yearning among the public for something different. I never expected that all this, the medical stuff would be taken off like it is. Ultimately, the goal of all these people, even if it's unwritten, is to understand who we are. And psychedelics get us closer to that than almost any other thing I know of.
You mentioned when you were first getting interested in this that you read publications by Alexander Shulgin. Did you reach out to him at that point, or when did you start to really wonder who this guy was?
I met him when I was still a graduate student. We had a nice, lively discussion. As an academic, I had to have hypotheses to test. But Sasha could just say, you know, like, what if? What if we make this? What if we make that? And then he would take it himself and he would find out. So people said, oh, he was a scientist. And I said, no, he wasn't really a scientist. He was an alchemist. He really was an alchemist. A scientist has a test of high hypothesis. You refine it and you develop a theory and all. He didn't do that. I don't think he had any goal other than just to see how many kinds of things he could make. And he was always looking for, you know, he was always interested in drugs that would enhance human communication. Sasha said, I communicate with anybody who writes to me, don't worry about it. So I just wrote him a letter. I've got 2 boxes of correspondence, letters that I had with, to, and from Sasha. August 24th, 1970. Dear Miss Nichols, thank you for your kind letter of August 11. I have no idea if it's proper or considerate for a graduate student to correspond in addition, in extenso, to his mentor. But I assure you I am not in any way swayed by conventions and proprieties. That's fairly. I'm exclusively interested in scientific information and appreciate any correspondence that will allow me to give and take in the area of new ideas and observations.
Wow.
The world is ripe to learn, but jaded to be instructed. This psychotomimetic thing will not be solved in the next 3 months, and don't knock yourself out in the effort. Learn your trade, the degree, then learn your art, the skills within your fingers, and only then begin to build upon the insights that may result from the knowledge that these separate threads can be tied together. This letter has begun unchemical. Take care.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's such an amazing person. Did he send you drafts of sections of Peak Hall?
Oh, I saw the whole manuscript. I said, like, I don't think anybody wants to know about your sexual habits with Anne. And he said, yeah, a lot of people mention that. So they took a lot of that out, or most of it out.
There's still a good bit in there.
She took the opportunity to really express herself, shall we say. It was pretty racy before.
It remained very racy. What evolutionary or biological reason would there be for such an effect to exist, a psychedelic effect?
I don't know that we evolved to have that happen. But if you look at where this 2A receptor is expressed, it's on the cortical pyramidal cells, which are the major computational units in the brain. So all your subcortical stuff, all your unconscious stuff, your imagination, your memories, everything, that is all input into these cortical cells, which is processed. You know, it's something about the way the brain is structured. The 2A receptor is really an ancient receptor. Serotonin 2 receptors go back into single-celled organisms. Nature found something that worked really well, so it kept it all the way up through the evolutionary chain. The doses that produce these psychedelic effects are probably way higher than anything that would normally occur in the brain. And so you're really overdriving. You're really turning on these receptors to a level that they wouldn't normally work. And then you're shutting down the filtering mechanisms that normally keep a lot of the subcortical stuff from getting into the cortex. Kind of like the on-off switch on your TV set.
We enhanced our consciousness with LSD in order to further explore intuition and the flow state and the mystical experience. Whatever taking acid, going for a walk around the park and deciding how do you solve the crisis of the ego. That was our game. We used it just very largely to think better.
I think it's your move.
Okay, so play it. Okay, so let's start. Enjoy.
And a very good test of one's thinking was playing Go. If I was high on LSD with the right sugar level, suddenly you'd see things and you just know that's the next move. You didn't have to think about it. It was just intuitive.
A little bit greedy, but hope springs eternal.
All right, here we go.
Oh, the nose attached. Ooh, it's very close to being a good, very good move. So I'm a little bit nervous.
Very close to being a good move.
No, it's one move away from being a disaster, is what I mean by that. It's well known that people are worried about the use of drugs as performance enhancers in chess, but there's been some discussion of that in Go playing, and all the sort of apocryphal evidence is in Go playing, nothing makes you play better.
Go is more intuitive.
I think so.
Pattern
yes.
recognition.
Yes, indeed. One of the things I used to feel about a lot of strong Go players, they would write these books. Why am I such a brilliant Go player? Buy my book, you'll understand, right? Of course, they couldn't tell you the whole truth because they couldn't actually say what was really going on. It's a bit like saying what's it like to feel that you're in love. If you try to explain that to someone who's never been in love at all, they haven't got a clue. And if you try to explain it to someone else who's been in love, you'll probably find their idea of being in love and yours are not the same anyway. But they've got a glimmering. It's that sort of feeling with all of our thinking, I think. It's two things that have no business being together, are brought together, and zing, something magical comes about. All of this stuff is happening in a non-verbal domain.
If I had hypothetically taken LSD, I might say that the amount I took is just right. Just the right amount of LSD. Any more would have been too much. Any less would have been not enough.
That was our room in Embankment where I still live. This was a tiny little room, which very often had about a great many people in it. And that's me in that spot at that period. This rather clever but not attractive character who turned Leary, funny enough, onto LSD, called Michael Hollingshead. He was hanging around my flat. He had a bottle of LSD, which he got from Sandoz. It was famous for its size. And he poured it into my coffee. So I had as bad an experience as more or less one can have.
Why would he do that to you?
What?
Why would Hollingshead do that to you?
To take advantage of me.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so that was very damaging. But that's life, and I mean, life comes with all sorts of traumas. And so that slightly frightened me off LSD, and I came back here, actually, and lived in a hut beyond the orchard for months. Then a very nice friend came by and said, you must come, there's a party in London, Ravi Shankly's playing on the river, you know, fun, 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 what are you doing? So then I went, and there I met Bart. And then we started a love affair. It was obvious we were going to be partner.
Why didn't he continue working with less invasive techniques for altering blood flow to the brain, like standing on your head or even laying down in a bed or...
Standing on your head needs a lot of muscular control and discipline and all those sort of things. And, well, trepanation is not easier. No, I agree.
You made this amazing film, Heartbeat in the Brain, but you wanted to wait until you had some scientific validation of...
Ideally, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I only did it actually for, at the end, for intellectual curiosity, in the sense that it's a very fascinating hypothesis. I haven't seen the film for 10 years or shown it to anyone. I'm not good at machines.
I can figure it out, probably.
I want to make sure we edit the kind of bloody bits.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean? I feel...
I do. I understand.
I did.
I will say that it's going to be difficult to present it in a way that a certain type of person won't be shocked by it.
Yeah, I don't want to kind of upset the boat.
I understand.
Because I've got all the LSD research I want to do, I've got all the 5-MeO research. You know, I've got several big projects, a clinic and a lab, all of which I'm trying to get going. So I don't want to kind of go and blurt out, They think, oh God, she's a loser.
Okay, is there any introductory thing that you think should be said?
Just that I'm absolutely not in favour of self-trepanation. It's absolutely not a thing for lay people to do. Maybe it's better to say it's a film about my beloved bard.
This is me looking rather anxious. It's the morning of the operation. Here's Birdie, who lives with us. This is an old skull, an Irishman, I believe, in his day, which I practiced drilling on. I decided to make the hole on the median line, just above the hairline. Here I'm lifting the instrument out of the sterilizing fluid. This is the bath cap I wore to keep my hair out of the way. The dark glasses I wore to keep the blood from trickling into my eyes. I taped them to my forehead. They have the effect of depersonalizing me.
This gets a bit gory, I think should be.
This is the electric drill with the flexible drive. I stop drilling every now and then to dip the drill head into distilled water to cool it. There are 3 layers of bone to get through. What one is doing in trepanation is removing a piece of bone from the skull. One is not entering the brain. The brain is soft like a pudding. It became like a piece of sculpture.
Now maybe one cut.
There was absolutely no pain. The local anesthetic saw to that.
I mean...
Pretty amazing. I really just love this. I think it's so amazing.
I rather love it too, you know.
It is a masterpiece. It's truly a masterpiece.
Do you think so?
Absolutely, yes.
It was well thought out. But, you know, it looks a little mad.
I think, if anything, this has the opposite effect. My thought is not, this woman is mad, but this woman is an artist, and this woman is very brave.
I just don't want to ruin my chances of getting funding for the research I want to do. Can we probably turn the cameras off till we get to the end?
Okay, that sounds good to me. Fast forwarding, fast forwarding.
Yeah.
Suddenly it was through. No more resistance. The change was almost imperceptible, like the tide coming in. It was a feeling of elation and relaxation. Later in the evening, I noticed a silence in my head. Having cleaned up and had a bath, we went out and had a steak for supper to make up for the lost blood, and then went to a party we'd been asked to. All this took place in 1970. Now, 8 years later, I can say that the experience of it is as good, if not better, than I'd hoped. I think the consequences of the operation, the regaining of the lost energy and buoyancy of childhood, are advantages which should be made available to everyone. Trepanation is the only way of permanently expanding consciousness.
Howard wouldn't correct that. Look at that, it's unbelievable. Earbeat.
It's sad when you have compounds you've made and you use and you have to say, well, you're going to retire. What am I going to do with them? I had to destroy all my Schedule I stuff.
That's horrible. You had to destroy compounds that you'd synthesized?
If they were controlled substances, yeah.
How did you destroy them?
Well, mostly you just run it down the sink. And you have to have witnesses that say, yeah, I witnessed him destroying it.
That's ridiculous. Well, it's like an artist having to destroy all the work that they've made.
Well, we've got the archives at Purdue.
You mentioned your contribution to these historically important clinical experiments with psychedelics, and then you've also made LSD for Brian Roth's work as well, right?
That's true, yes. Brian has had a long-standing interest in the serotonin 2A receptor, and he wanted to crystallize one of the serotonin receptors with LSD, and he said, could you make some? I said, I can make some for you.
And now he's trying to take that to a new frontier with, I think he calls it Ultra LSD. Is that the name of his project?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him about that. I don't know about Ultra LSD.
My mom had schizophrenia and had her first break when I was probably 5 or 6. Obviously, that had a big effect on me. One of the main goals of our research has been to find better drugs for treating schizophrenia. The serotonin receptor I study, 5-HT2A, it's known to be a target for psychedelics, there's no question. And also, some of the most effective drugs in treating schizophrenia block the activity. That in itself has been, really intriguing to me. How can, one receptor you activated and, people have this literally mind-blowing experience. When you block it, some people with schizophrenia get a lot better. And why that is, we don't know. I haven't cured schizophrenia. I solved this. This is big. I told Dave, our work is done, Dave. So basically the idea is we have this virtual library of small drug-like molecules, which now my collaborator tells me is 34 billion compounds. So it's this huge universe of chemical scaffolds. And through the computer, basically you can take each of those compounds in and see if it fits in the receptor. So for the 5-HT2A receptor, for instance, our goal is to come up with 100,000 novel scaffolds.
It would be amazing.
We can do it. We're doing it.
With the characterization of the 5-HT2A receptor, Roth has begun the in silico screening of millions of virtual drugs on a virtual receptor. 1,500 parallel processors that may exceed the output of all the medicinal chemists and pharmacologists in the world. Should Roth succeed, the product will be countless novel psychedelic scaffolds that may be more potent than the lysergamides. He dubs this process Ultra Large Scale Docking, or Ultra LSD.
We have some now that are nothing like anything you've ever seen before. I can say that.
That's very exciting.
I can't say anything else about that. Yeah.
With the careful use of a psychedelic, you can change your internal setting so that you're right up there. I'm very excited about the future. I think we're at an amazing point because now we've moved to the next stage in the game. Science has replaced religion as the code of behavior or code of belief. It's quite a false god in many ways. At the same time, it's quite a useful tool to explore. How do these things change our very basic consciousness? Birdie was my symbol of consciousness, and I'm very excited for the future. Birdie loved one when one was high. He loved anyone who was high. People get much more into the flow, the animal flow, and he sensed that completely. People who had that integration with nature.
Could you tell me just a little bit about what happened to Birdie?
I think I knew he was going to die before he died. It was an accident waiting to happen, in a sense. I always feared it would happen. I used to love to paint. And I was, where we lived in those days, up the hill in a farmhouse, painting. And suddenly I got this kind of flash of Birdie's dead. I stopped painting and went looking for him down the hill here to the south where my parents were. We were directed, or someone was directed to his body within kind of 10 minutes of being hidden in a great pile of nettles. And I knew he had died and had come down from the house I lived in to here looking for him. It gave me an absolute knowledge that telepathy exists. But it's too complicated a story to tell.
What happened to him?
His neck was broken, basically. We know who it was, probably.
Was Bertie murdered?
Certain remarks were made so that it was fairly obvious it was. That's life. A mixture of madness and chance. I always felt he was doomed to be murdered.
But the person who was responsible never confessed to having done it?
No. Jesus, there was something rather magnificent and tragic about him.
North Dakota is the #1 producer of hard red spring wheat in the U.S. So here in Western North Dakota, we grow a lot of wheat. There's a lot of different diseases that impact wheat. Ergot is one of them. The best we can do is manage our ditches, manage our weeds to make sure it doesn't spread into the field. There's no economically viable fungicides for it. If your ergot is too high, they're not going to take it up the elevator. When you're going to have disease in a wheat plant or any other crop, you need to have 3 things, right? So you have your pathogen, you have your host, and then you have the right environment. Ergot likes wetter conditions. Last year, we actually had a pretty big epidemic of ergot in central North Dakota.
I read about that.
Yeah.
Why?
We had wet conditions during flowering. Depending on the field, there are some that have more, there's some that have less, but generally every year you're gonna find some ergot along the edges.
Can we look around?
Yeah, let's go look for some. You have the right conditions for growth out here, a lot of residue. All right, so we actually have some ergot right here. Each of these little spikelets has a seed in it. This one flowered, and instead of growing grain, it grew this fungus. So you pull that out there. So instead of growing into this, it goes into this. So we got another ergot right here, Nova Scotia. We got 2 on this head.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. We should leave some of these. This is xenon gas. It is a noble gas that appears in our atmosphere in trace concentrations. It's actually one of the best anesthetics. It's far superior to nitrous oxide, but the reason it's not used more frequently is because it's so expensive and rare. I'm using a medical device, a latex medical xenon inhaling apparatus that has had the lubricant washed off of it, and I think it will be sufficient for these purposes, although it's not ideal. Oh, it's certainly psychoactive. There's no question about it. I hear a strange, high-pitched ringing in my ears and a very strong mental dulling effect. Does my voice sound lower, or is that just me? I've been fascinated by psychoactive drugs my whole life. I love to study their chemistry and impact on society. And my work has allowed me to investigate extraordinary substances around the world. Yet there are still mysteries that remain. 100 million years after the Big Bang, in the cataclysmic merging of neutron stars. A temperature of 1 billion degrees Celsius forms a plasma of subatomic particles. An iron seed nucleus rapidly captures neutrons that decay into a stable configuration of 54 protons and 80 neutrons, forming a colorless, odorless gas that is disgorged into the universe, where, billions of years later, it will acquire the name Xenon.
This is the world's largest artificial sun. Its power is bigger than all other solar simulators put together.
And is this equivalent to the brightness of the sun?
It is much, much brighter. The entire bulb is filled with xenon gas. As soon as electricity starts to flow, it emits heat and it also emits light.
How many suns did he say?
Between 10,000 and 13,000.
And why is xenon used?
Xenon lamps have the best spectrum. It is very bright and white.
And they focus the light in a way that's so powerful it can melt metal.
Yes. A brick of steel, after a bit more than a minute, there was a hole inside.
Wow. And have you used it for anything else, like cooking food or?
We tried to cook an original German bratwurst, but unfortunately on the outside it was black and inside it was still raw.
Did you keep the sausage?
No.
I see.
No.
Are you aware of the medical applications of xenon?
Actually not.
Well, I'd like to see this bad boy turned on.
Afternoon.
Hi, Hamilton.
Nice to meet you, Hamilton.
So yeah, I think it would be good to start maybe at the beginning of your own interest in this area.
My interest in xenon started in 1999. We had mapped out a series of studies looking at the effects of xenon, its anesthetic effect and its utility as a neuroprotectant. We're looking at selective protein targets, specifically the NMDA receptor, and showed quite categorically that this receptor was significantly inhibited by xenon. There was a perfect correlation between anesthetic potency and their ability to inhibit that functional protein.
And did you already recognize that xenon had characteristics that made it an almost ideal anesthetic?
Yes. Xenon is notoriously insoluble in solutions like saline and so forth, which is one of the fantastic features of xenon, because it has such a low blood gas solubility coefficient. Your emergence from anesthesia is within minutes. It's much quicker than any other anesthetic. An hour later, you wouldn't find a trace.
How was it first discovered?
A Stanford grad did an internship with the Navy. His name was Benke. Benke was working on a decompression sickness using air and krypton in hyperbaric chambers. He made the prediction that xenon should be a general anesthetic under normobaric conditions, but he couldn't follow through because he couldn't get xenon. The Russians were stockpiling xenon for their intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Xenon's a rare instance of a substance with recognized medical value that is limited entirely by the difficulty of obtaining it.
Yeah, there's a finite amount on Earth. It's difficult to make atoms.
Yeah, other than stellar nucleosynthesis.
Yes, yeah. It's an interesting case of like the drug is a single atom, which is fascinating. I can't think of another example of a single atom that's not a compound that's a drug.
Neither can I. I was trying to look.
Yeah.
Because,
even lithium, you have lithium, carbonate or citrate.
But then, but of course, elemental metallic lithium would not be psychoactive. And and then maybe radon, but you wouldn't want to use radon as a drug.
Yeah.
And there's no evidence that I've seen, or at least convincing evidence, that radon has a xenon-like effect.
I guess it gets tough because it depends how I'm sure at some level most gases will induce an altered state of consciousness, as would probably ingesting a lot of different elements. But so I could see it. I wouldn't say that we won't find another one, but not matching xenons, what we currently understand about xenon at the moment, it would be difficult. I'm not aware of one.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the ionization of xenon?
Very little. I mean, just that it's easier to ionize than some other elements.
We were going to film ion thrusters at NASA.
Wow.
And they gave us permission. But then they found out that the series discusses psychoactive drugs, and NASA supposedly has a long-standing policy of not participating in any productions related to psychoactive drugs, or drugs in general, apparently.
It's science. What's the problem?
Yeah. What if an astronaut is depressed and he's helped by xenon or nitrous oxide?
Yeah, it's very strange.
Which is a thing. Buzz Aldrin had terrible post-lunar depression. He did. That they treated with Ritalin.
Really? Post-lunar depression.
It's really interesting how general anesthesia eventually arrived on the scene. At the turn of the 19th century, they opened up what was called an Institute for Pneumatic Medicine. And this was to treat illnesses with what they called medical airs. At that time, I think they were in the business of, well, what functional utility would there be for these gases?
This is sodium nitrite, and this is hydroxylamine hydrochloride. The dissolution of both solids in water is endothermic, 5.7 degrees Celsius.
I mean, it's a very simple molecule and easy to synthesize in a pure form. When it was first synthesized, they had no idea what it was at all. They didn't even know the molecular composition. It's just, it was so simple to make and isolate in a relatively pure form that that could be done. After Humphrey Davy discovered its psychoactive properties, he did acknowledge that it would have anesthetic effects, but no one followed up on that for several decades. And actually, its main use was as an intoxicant. It was used in parties, and they would have events and to show it off as a novelty.
Both ether and nitrous oxide was used for laughing gas parties until a very astute dentist saw this individual inhaled nitrous oxide, stumble, have a severe cut to his knee, and apparently not experience any pain. The very next day, he convinced his partner to remove one of his teeth while he was inhaling nitrous oxide, and it worked. So general anesthesia was born.
And Stuart Cullen conducted a self-experiment with xenon as well, didn't he?
He did. It was quite common in those days. And a lot of them became addicted to anesthetics. We know a lot more about nitrous oxide. It's been around a lot longer. There are people becoming addicted to nitrous oxide. Dentists, for example. There's a lot of people using whipped cream dispensers where the propellant has got nitrous oxide in it.
They banned it in the UK recently.
Have they banned it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how are they going to dress their cakes now?
I don't know anyone that has ever whipped cream with nitrous oxide.
People do, yeah. I mean, people use it in like restaurants and things. There's definitely a whipped cream market, for sure.
Have you whipped cream?
I have not, but I've definitely bought whippets. There is definitely a culinary use. I have seen it used in that context, though I have not.
In a restaurant?
Yeah. People definitely do. I believe. Maybe it all is a conspiracy. I believe I've seen it used in that context. And I understand why the gray market kind of markets it in that way, obviously, because if they were open about the recreational use, they might invite tighter regulations. It's just easy for them to say, you know, this is for this use, which there is a legitimate use, I believe, with whipped cream. So I don't get paid money from the whipped cream lobby, I swear.
Nitrous oxide and xenon are considered anesthetics exclusively. Their psychiatric use is something that has only really been considered in recent years.
We sort of compartmentalize and say we have medical use and non-medical use, and the reality is the line's a lot blurrier than people realize.
Tak mama bude teďkom inhalovat Xenon, jo? Hluboké nádech a výdech, jo? Já ještě jednou. A nedýkej. A teď můžeš normálně tíkat. Dám nějaký hlubán. Dám andělka, jo, dneska. Všechnouka? Jo?
For most of the English-speaking world, xenon is a noble gas that is not used for anything other than light bulbs. In Russia and the Czech Republic, people are starting to consider xenon this miraculous therapy that can be used to treat cancer pain and schizophrenia and help people who are battling addiction. These businesses cater to really any consumer that wants to have a xenon experience. Xenon is 0.000087% of Earth's atmosphere, and almost 700,000 liters of air have to be fractionally distilled to produce a lungful of xenon. I never knew anything like this existed until recently, and it's somehow spreading despite its incredible cost. So there's a demand for it. Hi.
Good. I give you some meditation music today. One more. Hold your breath and enjoy it. How do you feel, Eva? It's good? Everything is good?
I just feel very happy and relaxed.
I came here in 2018 and I had a broken shoulder. They wanted to make the surgery in the US and I said, no, I don't want to do it. I would rather get the alternative healing. So I found out of xenon. First of all, I was very skeptical. I said, what is gas? I don't want to do it. Why should I do it? But after the first therapy, when I inhaled the gas, it was just an unbelievable experience. We are not a doctor, so therefore we have to be careful what we are telling. The reason why it's called noble gas is because it's truly noble. It's non-toxic, it does not have any side effects. I have one of my partners who is quite into the spirituality, who actually working with medical xenon. We're just giving them a beautiful meditation music for 25-30 minutes, and they're just inhaling the xenon. I would say yes, definitely xenon can help you.
There's an idea in the United States that medicines should only be used to treat disease.
Correct.
So if you're a healthy person, you have no business using anything that isn't treating a disease.
Correct. We have two types of people, right? Healthy people who wants to enhance their spirituality life, and the other one who coming with some kind of medical problem. Benefits are anti-stress therapy, treating depression, sleeping disorder, addiction rehabilitation, improving immunity system, beneficial for sport.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah, for starting.
So why isn't everybody using Xenon?
Because it's expensive. It's difficult to get it from the earth and, put it in the cylinders. It's a very complicated process. This is the Xenon. It's 1,000 liter. This is the percentage of oxygen. Now you have 96%, but the moment when I put the mask on you and we're starting the inhalation, that's dropping down very dramatically up to 40%. Through this balloon, you will gonna breathe. This is the absorbent, and this is your carbon dioxide, what you breathe out, and has to be in this absorbent. Otherwise, you would not be able to breathe. Pretty much it. This is the machine. It's all from Russia. When you're inhaling Xenon, you feel that every cell and nerve in your body it's get filled with pleasant, nourishing, calm energy, deep peace. While in this calm state, you are losing the feeling of your own body. Some people describe the therapy as being touched by God's or universal love for the first time in their entire life. Jak bylo?
Dobře.
Dobře?
Cítila jsem andělky a jednorožce jsem takhle běhal a pak vyletěl po mrakách.
Vyletěl?
A pak tam andělky zpívaly. Já jsem cítila nebe normálně.
Nebe.
Že mě jakože tak čistí.
Těšíš se na příští terapie?
Jo.
You can see on her face.
Já myslím, že Xenon je taková odměna tady na té planetě, že jsme se léčit, rozšiřovat stav vědomí, propojovat neurony, jakože to celé funguje prostě, je chráněný nějakou asi mimodimenzionální, na jiný spirituální bázi už.
So could you tell me what your motivation is for introducing your children to Xenon?
To dělalo tak nádherně na duši mě, tak jsem to chtěla určitě dopřát dětem. Celý rodině. Všem dětem. Mých 5 dětí bylo na Xenonu. Děti po Xenonu jsou sami sebou. Vědí to pravdu.
Jak bylo?
Jak bylo to nahoře. Já nevím, jestli vystačí slova na takovou krásu úplně nebeskou.
Tání.
Gejzír.
Jo.
Úplně příval, nádhery, lásky, té odvahy.
A lot of people are drawn to things like ayahuasca because they're natural, but Xenon, which is also natural.
It's pure as what you can get.
But it feels medical. It doesn't feel, maybe because there's no tradition, maybe because it's something that hasn't even existed medically for 100 years.
In the beginning, it was very hard for us introducing a new product which doesn't have any history. But then people were just spreading the word after inhaling the Xenon, and more people are just very, very open to trying new things and put their spiritual life in the next level.
Well, I'm very eager to try it. I'm very curious.
Then we should try it then. Let's go for it. Just sign here and date, yeah?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, because you're taking Xenon and everybody has to. Hope you're gonna like it. You're gonna inhale Xenon and oxygen. Communicate with me. When everything is fine, you say this. When you need more Xenon, thumbs up, and the entire inhalation will gonna be between 25 and 30 minutes.
Okay.
Shall we go for it? Are you looking forward?
I'm very, very excited.
Glasses. So, are we gonna give you 1.2?
1.2.
1.2 liter. 1.2 liter. All right, so let's go. So now you have 23% of xenon and we're going up.
It's perfect, it's the burn, it's just very nice.
Right now, after a couple of minutes, we have 21% of xenon and 40% of oxygen.
Beautiful, it's wonderful.
I know.
It's very, very good, I love it. Oh man.
I know.
It's
It's nice. Just enjoy it. I'll give you another.
I am enjoying it.
Okay. Don't laugh so much. Okay, go on. Right now, he's in a very parasympathetic state.
As the protosolar nebula cooled, amorphous ice crystallized into tetradecahedral cages, enclathrating xenon within a mosaic that grew to planetesimal dimensions. Striking the Earth, the cometary clathrate concludes its interstellar peregrination, exhaling 400 gigatons of xenon that enveloped a planet with no NMDA receptors to antagonize. Over hundreds of millions of years, life developed in the oceans. Denitrifying bacteria of the Proterozoic competed for fitness in copper-depleted waters that encouraged the synthesis of nitrous oxide, creating a laughing gas atmosphere that warmed the planet and accelerated the emergence of increasingly complex life. In cyanobacteria, an inverted potassium pore underwent 100 million years of mutations in order to become a glutamate-gated ionotropic receptor that 500 million years later would serve as the site of xenon's anesthetic action.
So I disconnect you now. You want?
Yes.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But these NMDA antagonist gases had no ancient role at NMDA receptors. Nitrous oxide served as a biocide for interbacterial warfare, disrupting cobalamin enzyme complexes in a manner that hundreds of millions of years later again would be recapitulated in the demyelinated spinal neurons of nitrous oxide addicts.
One more? I have to disconnect. I know. I feel sad. Dark. I noticed that you were drawing and writing. Can you tell me what was about?
I was thinking about L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology and his experiences with nitrous oxide. I was thinking a lot about the brain and how displacing glycine at the NMDA receptor could produce such tremendous euphoria.
I sing opera, and since I'm inhaling xenon for, let's say, the last 2 years, I see my vocal are much more open, and I don't know, I can just receive more and I can give more.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, cool.
Wow, what an experience. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I brought you this.
What did you bring me?
It's a portrait of William Ramsey, the co-discoverer of xenon.
Wow. Shall we hang it?
Yes.
Let's have a nail.
Looks nice.
Looks good. So the other two people are two men who don't eat. They are Breatharian.
What is the word? They're
Breatharian.
breatharian.
Breatharians.
So they
They don't eat. They just breathe the prana.
Oh.
And they just inhaling 4 liters of Xenon and they are happy to go and they are just fine and happy without food.
Wow. That's unusual.
It's very unusual. Brothers, who will be left, who will be right? So, inhale, exhale.
You said you're a breatharian. What is that exactly?
You don't eat so much.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
How does that work?
You live from the energy, from the universal.
What form of energy?
What energy? It's here, we are full of the energy on it. You eat meat, you work hard, you are full of the stress, and Xenon helps you because it comes out from your body. All toxic things. It cleans your body inside. You have bigger hands, bigger foods. If you start with Xenon in your body, you grow up. You are bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
It inflates you like a balloon?
Yes.
Huh. And this is all flown under the radar. I was very surprised when I first heard about your clinic because I've been interested in Xenon for years and I'd never read anything about the emergence of these sorts of clinics.
Russians discovered it because they use it in the military research.
Was it difficult to obtain the Xenon for this therapy?
We obtained them from Russia, we have a partnership with them, so they are the only one who is selling this gas.
I understand that some countries are more restrictive in terms of what
No.
sorts of treatments can be administered.
Czech Republic is flexible. That's why we could open the clinic here. Can I give you more?
Could you compare this feeling to anything else?
It's okay, you're fine.
Fine.
You're fine.
Is it good?
Okay.
Yeah, super. I let you a little bit and then a bit more. Yeah.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh my God.
Stop. He always vomiting. Yeah. Moment. Some people vomit. I need some. Come up. Yeah, that's okay.
No, it's fine.
That's fine. He's always doing this.
Okay, good.
I need some paper. Wait. Let's take this.
There's a reason that anesthesiologists typically require patients to fast before a surgical procedure, because if you vomit while you're under a general anesthetic, it can be deadly. I mean, that's a real recipe for aspirating vomit and dying. So...
So, shall we go for therapy?
Yes.
For your second day? You want to have intense on the beginning, or how do you want to go gradually up?
Intense at the beginning is good.
Intense at the beginning.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are rolling. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that. And try to not smile so much, because the moment you start to smile here, the Xenon goes out. Try to be calmer.
I'm very serious.
It's good. One more. Good. Stop breathing. Now you have 32%. We're still climbing up, yeah?
How safe is it before?
How is it?
I feel euphoric. I feel it every region of my body, the extremities especially, the fingers and the toes.
Hamilton, everything is fine with you?
It's very good.
What do you feel?
I feel tremendous euphoria.
Really?
Yes, it's very good.
Nitrogen once constrained the bounty of our harvests. But the iron-catalyzed hydrogenation of our most abundant atmospheric gas fed the world before asphyxiating it. Soy symbionts and cattle urine patches exacerbated Haber-Bosch-induced disruption of the nitrogen cycle. Feeding bacteria with nitrates and nitrites, it would serve as the biosynthetic precursor for billions of tons of nitrous oxide that rose into the stratosphere, depleting the ozone layer and creating a new laughing gas atmosphere. At Chernobyl, Xenon-135 poisoned the reactor, causing its meltdown. Radioactive gas billowed into the sky, accompanied by fallout that would contaminate the land for centuries to come. Gasping for hedonic escape from postmodern despair, humanity turned toward the euphoric embrace of the very gases that ensured their destruction, each inhalation drawing them closer to an apocalyptic event that would force humanity to flee Earth in xenon-propelled rockets and search for new worlds.
It is a tremendously precious element that we should all cherish.
Share it and give it to the people. Spread the word of Xenon. Kafka, yeah, the writer, yeah.
Benefited
For sure.
from Xenon. What an amazing element. Ross Meyer.
You have 4.5 liters of Xenon.
I love it with such incredible wonderfulness. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Milos Forman. Vera Chitlova.
Mm-hmm.
No a točit tak, víš. Tady už máš 22%, víš. Tak, Šavi, moment, když děláš, vždycky dělej tak, jo, a vždycky koukejš tak, nikdy nedělej tak, jo. Super. I am trying to have a quicker, stronger therapy, maybe higher dosage.
How many times have you taken Xenon?
A lot.
Výdech, nedýchat. Zvedneme nahoru Xenon, jo? Teď jsi na 18% Xenonu. V pořádku? Chceš víc?
No, samozřejmě. Ale very food anything.
A u nás dáváme maximálně 35%, kde máme povoleno. A pak, pokud bychom chtěli dávat víc, tak u nás to není možné, musel by být přítomen anesteziolog. Ano? Tak. Je důležité sledovat i kyslík, zároveň procenta xenonu. Je potřeba vidět tento balónek, ve kterém je xenon a kyslík. Pokud by byl balónek prázdný, musíme dopustit kyslík. Je důležité sledovat i tyto kuličky. Pokud by se všechny zabarvily fialovou barvou, tak pacient by nemohl dýchat.
Jo. Ještě může být.
Ne, já ti nedávám víc. Teď nemáš terapii, teď se natáčí. Tak klient je opravdu hodně fajn.
I'm fucking tired. I'm just happy. I'm fucking happy because it works so well. And I'm fucking happy. I'm fine. Don't get zero. Don't get a second. I'm completely good. Don't worry. I am completely here. I'm fine. Good morning.
I'm so sorry. I don't know words. Can I ask any question? I will tell you the same story. Very poor people with open heart to help you. Why we cannot be the same here or in the US? Why?
I don't know.
I don't know too. But I know that this can help.
I always telling to the people, take a backpack, fill it up with potato, and walk somewhere with those potatoes, like, I don't know, a couple of pounds of potato. You were gonna see with the time how the potatoes spoiling and getting rotten and dirt and ugly smell. And this reshaping you a lot. Like throwing out a potato every day, single eye. Today I'm throwing out fear. Tomorrow I am throwing out jealousyness. Next day, unhappiness. Thursday, pain, everything. And then you will gonna fill up this backpack full of beautiful light energy.
This is the tool.
So I see quite a few dangerous things here. I would never give a sedative to somebody unless they're lying down, because they could fall off the, and really injure themselves.
Oh, man, you can't look at one thing. One thing. And then the cancer. And then I don't.
So what is the service that they're providing here?
I didn't realize until this moment that they believe that Xenon cures cancer.
Whoa.
They see it as a tonic that may cure every disease.
I mean, curing cancer, preventing cancer, what are we talking about here?
I wouldn't say that there's a lot of specificity.
Widzisz něco? Co widzisz? Jednorożce angielskie.
Oh.
That is one of the things that would scare the shit out of me, okay? If you reached a point of anesthesia where you're not able to protect your airway and you start aspirating.
Oxygen under. You have 26% of oxygen and 28% of xenon. You know.
I am enjoying.
Who's having difficulty
Now I'm setting up the
taking
oxygen
a
as
full
well.
breath.
So now both.
That's because the flow rates were too low. There isn't enough gas in the circuit.
And that's not standard.
No.
I'm a big fan of Xenon.
So the circuit is a pretty primitive one, but it clearly worked.
It did work.
Incredible wonderfulness.
Now, how are you feeling when she's singing to you? Are you in this? Did you feel like you're in a theater listening to opera or something?
Months after leaving Xenon Clinic, I was told that something had happened to Susanna's business partner, Merrick, and so I called her on the phone.
inhaling xenon when he died, but you don't think xenon played any role in his death. I understand, yeah. No, I know it's not toxic. Do you think he'd become addicted to xenon? Right. And when do you think the autopsy will be finished? Okay. Thank you so much. It was great to speak with you, and I hope you all, other than this tragedy, have been doing all right. In the future, due to nitrous oxide-induced warming of the atmosphere, Earth is rendered uninhabitable, and humanity is forced to escape the planet in xenon and nitrous oxide-fueled rockets. Finding the universe barren, the astronauts succumb to depression that can only be treated by the inhalation of the very propellant that fuels their ships. NMDA antagonized and alone, but not depressed, the astronauts eat whipped cream and think of a better life.
Happy to have you over again.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are we using the gray mask?
Yes, the green, always.
Always the green.
Try it alone, yeah?
Just to feel if this fits well.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Let's see your
One more. Yeah. Good. Hold your breath. And enjoy. It's good. Everything is good.
How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah.
Do you feel relief from any problems that you were previously experiencing?
Very much.
I was involved in a serious car accident. I was still really tired. I didn't have enough strength in my legs. Everything was broken. Then I heard about Xenon, and I thought, why not? I had nothing to lose, so I came and tried it. To the first one, I came on crutches. I did the first therapy, and the next day, I actually came without crutches. I could tell that my body was stronger and I could handle it, and I really never went back to the crutches. Slowly back to reality. Yeah. You kind of go back to the ultimate feeling of love. It opens your eyes in many ways. Thankfulness for many things that you don't have time to realize during our busy lives. The way you think changes.